What is up, ScarKnight, bringing you a brand new stream day. Happy Pokemon Day, everybody. And yeah, I mean, we saw all the news. I mean, unless you just, didn't check it out for yourself. Right quick, for the mistakes on the counter, it turns out I missed counting it a total of 10 times, but it's like, in total it would be plus 8 points. I'll discuss that in a second. But for now, let's just do plus 8. It's gonna be interesting for sure, how close we could get, because I'm planning to go pretty much all day, as much as I can, for sure. So yeah, it's 7408 for now. So yeah, let's just go start with like counting all the stuff that we messed up in. So pretty early on, actually, it was like 6903 to 6904, 6915 to 6915 to 6916. Let me get another one right here. 6972 to 6973, 7039 to 7040, 7068 to 7069, 7085 to 7086, 7277 and 7278, 7288 and 7283 and 7284. I could barely read that. And 7285 to 7286, so like right after that. I'm pretty sure around that range I like I counted super late, but then like made a mistake right after or something like that. I don't know. And 7307 to 7308. I can't really read that too well, but I think I counted one Phantom out of all those when I did kill one. And then the rest, like, there's just 9 times where I just didn't count my oddish. So it evened up to 1, so in total, yeah, it's, I think it's plus 8. Because 1, that, like, doing the math, if you were to mark it down, because I've been tailing them pretty much. Like, if I make one mistake by counting a Phantom, but then the next time I miss out because I didn't count an oddish I killed, then they even out to 0. So that's kind of the logic there. That's why it's like, from 10 mistakes, canceling it out with 1 and 1, it'd be 8. That doesn't make any sense, but it's okay. But yeah, like I said, happy Pokemon Day. There's gonna be quite a bit to talk about. I mean, I don't think it's too much, pretty much, I would say, and I know I'm gonna end up repeating myself when I do end up talking about it. I'm more so interested, well, in a lot of things, pretty much. One, I'm looking forward to getting 8,000 so we can finish the oddish experiment, because we're going to be playing more likely all the way to 7:30, so it's going to be pretty much an 8-hour stream of me doing this. So we'll see how far we could get doing that. It's going to be a bit of a longer stream. We'll see. One tiny chance that, like, because it all kind of comes down to like a relative going to a meeting and everything like that, and if for whatever reason the meeting doesn't happen, then it's gonna be an hour earlier, so that's kind of why it was with all that. This is the same relative in the past, with the other streams where I have to pick them up before 6 o'clock, but because I don't have a car no longer, it kind of, we just wait till he gets here, pretty much. Yeah, it would be like around 6:30ish normally, but like since the meeting, it would kind of pushes it back 30 more minutes or something like that after the hour. So there's the logic there, pretty much. But yeah, explaining the thumbnail for today, I put in the beta original Suicune because I ran out of thumbnails ideas, and I figured that it makes sense to, because like for a while I've been putting Pokemon that, you know, at first it was something to do with Eevees. You know, I put like a shiny Eevee, I put like another beta Eevee, I'm pretty sure, or maybe not. At first it was shiny Eevee, a bunch of shiny Pokemon that I gotten, and then it adapted to Pokemon on that route, and then from there it adapted to Pokemon from the other routes, and then I used some of the retro forms of some of the Pokemon that has those forms, if that makes sense. You know, around that time is when I did the Zubat and then the Oddish experiment. Because you could look throughout the thumbnails and stuff. I hadn't gotten a shiny Zubat quite yet, but I know I put a shiny Zubat on there as a thumbnail. 7415. I guess I could, you know, I suppose I could put Golbat and stuff, and then Retro Golbat. I don't know if there's a Retro Crobat though. There could be one. But pretty much, eventually I put the Evolutions, as well as the Bandian and, you know, Scaleon and Sylveon and stuff like that, and putting those. So I figured, you know, there's the theory on the Evolutions being like the original Suicune, Raikou, and Entei, like, you know, the Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon passed away in the Burnt Tower. And, you know, with that theory, if it is true or not true, like, either way, they're related. So that's why I put Beta Suicune on there. Since I've been putting the retro stuff, I might as well put the original of that. And I really like the way the thumbnail looks too. So, yeah. I have to update the description though to put proper credit in there, because I was waiting to see what the person say. There's a good chance if we do find a shiny Pokemon, because like there's only, you know, Phantoms and Oddishes left, that if I do find an extra one, then it'd be added along with the 3 shiny Hysterics as well as the shiny Nosepass for the giveaway and stuff. But yeah, it was funny just to call it a triple giveaway and such like that. 7418. Yeah, to celebrate Pokemon Day, well, I don't know, I don't think I slept all that well. I think because I wanted to wake up early anyway, that my mind kind of wired itself to wake up early-ish, if that makes sense. Because I slept at like a little bit before 1:30 a.m. and I woke up around 5:30 or 5 or something like that. I'm not really too sure, but I slept less than 4 hours and I do already feel tired. But yeah, I was up since like 5 a.m. and such, and you know, was preparing to watch the Nintendo Direct or the Pokemon Direct, whatever you want to refer to it. And yeah, like after I had watched it, you know, to celebrate Pokemon Day a little bit more, I'm all like, might as well watch the movie Power of Us. And I only got to watch it like halfway there, like a little bit less than halfway there, just about. And yeah, like I hadn't finished watching it as I keep pressing Earthquake. Again, the bottom part of the screen is cut off, so I can't see that. But yeah. But yeah, I watched halfway part of the movie. I'm like, when I read it in Bulbapedia, there's some stuff as I'm reading it that I didn't really digest, and like, damn it, I did it again. And like watching it through, I'm like, oh, that's what they meant. I didn't realize, for example, Margot was like a little girl. Like, I know that all the kids are 10 years old because Ash is 10 and stuff like that, but I didn't realize Margot was younger than 10. She is like, you know, like 8 years old or something. I don't know. I kind of envisioned her like, you know, in the same capacity as Ash and Gary and Richie and stuff like that. Like she'll be, you know, still the daughter of the mayor, but I did it again. But older, I don't know. Like sometimes, even though like, yeah, by definition they're 10 years old, more than half the time, you know, like I said with Gary and Silver and Paul, I don't think, oh, this is just a punk ass 10-year-old. Like my mind kind of suspends its belief and thinks Paul's like a teenager, or like, you know, something along those lines. It doesn't really help to think that, oh yeah, they're still 10 years old, because I just think that just sounds so much scrubbier. But that's just like one example. I'm trying to think of everything else. They really milked the shit out of, like, I don't think that this description and the written part of the Bulbapedia did well, because they really milked the shit out of what happened for like 2 minutes of every scene or something like that. Like obviously, depending of how you summarize things, yeah, it would either take longer or be a lot much shorter. But some stuff was a bit unnecessary to put in the Bulbapedia. For example, they mentioned about the whole interaction between like the brother and sister that was like looking for the Eevee or whatever. And like I guess I forgot her name, but the blonde lady that has like blue and pink in her hair, talking to her brother that has a broken leg and has brown hair. Like their interaction was so short. It's like, oh hey sis, and he's like, oh you're feeling better? Oh yeah, no I'm okay. Could you catch me a Pokemon or whatever? And then she's like, what? It's like, oh please. And then that's basically the interaction. But the Bulbapedia kind of milked all the details that wasn't important, and also the stuff obviously that is important. But they could have summarized it so much easier that I don't know. That's like I said, that's just one example and stuff. Like the visuals of the movie is fine, I guess. Like, you know, it's a whole Ferris wheel theme park shit going on. You know, again, I'm talking about the 21st movie. It's in case you guys are just tuning in. Yeah, it's a gigantic theme park. It's I suppose visually stunning and stuff. It looks like it's based on San Francisco, and I don't know what other place it would be based on, but like a wind festival mixed with theme park mixed with San Francisco, because they got like the steep hills with like the trolleys, the trains and stuff, whatever those are called, cable cars, something. And it just, like, as I'm watching it, it just keeps reminding me on, like, some of the stuff I don't like about Pokemon anime stuff, like just the animations. Not really more so the animation itself, like, it's fine and stuff. But, like, the dialogue, for example, like, I did run out of that, yeah, okay. Sometimes the dialogue, of Pokemon is campy, cheesy, corny, whatever you want to consider it. It's just like, I really hope I countered that. I don't know if I did or not. Should. But like, it's just like, it has a formula to it where I feel like they could easily do better. Because my least favorite parts of Pokemon is an example. And like, there's no problem with like the voice actors or anything, like respect to them always. But like, I remember there was an episode where they showed like what happens behind the scenes with the voice actors and stuff. It's the lady that voices Ash's mom is the same person that voices Ash. And like, what she has to read and do her voice is like, oh, pineapple juice is great or whatever. And it's just that type of dialogue, like, that doesn't need to happen, you know? Like, I don't know how to put it better than that, because, like, I literally predicted everything Ash was gonna say. It's like, oh, it looks like fun, and then another little girl, like the daughter of, well, actually, like, yeah, the niece, she also fell down. She's like, no, it's okay, I'm having fun. And it's like, oh, this is great. Oh, this is awesome. You know, it's like, it's not a dynamic dialogue at all. Like, they could do better and stuff. Like, I just think of the pineapple juice scene all the time, and that's just like the true embodiment of, like, that whole scene just perfectly describes everything that I don't like about the dialogue on Pokemon, pretty much. But yeah, I mean, everything that was described, I mean, they had mentioned about Callahan. I didn't realize that they were like the dude with the Chansey was a scientist. Like, they probably did mention it already, but I didn't gather that when I read that. And I guess his character is all like, he's a bit too timid and too afraid and doesn't do well public speaking. And it just feels a bit over the top to a degree where, like, nobody is even interacting with them, and he, like, flinches at nothing. And I understand it's a cartoon and stuff, but it's all like, I don't know, nobody even remotely acts like this. Like, I don't know. Like, you would have to see the movie to understand, because, like, it's to a ridiculous degree. But yeah, I guess that dude was a scientist, and all the formula stuff that he has from, like, other Pokemon and stuff. So that's stuff that I didn't understand before, when they were saying, oh, they gathered up all the sweets in, and I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? I didn't realize that that scientist, upon his research, has, like, you know, a formula full of, you know, a bottle worth of sweets in it. Which is kind of what I guessed in my head, but I'm still, like, halfway in the movie, and I didn't reach the part where they had to gather all some, you know, more other stuff or whatever. But yeah, 7432. What else happened? And for Callahan, he's, you know, he's just a liar and stuff. So he lies to his niece just to be impressive to just her. I don't know if it's implied that the whole city thinks of him being the Hercule or whatever. Cause, like, it's not till after the fact that he wins the whole competition that the city respects him. He's like, oh wow, he's first place. Oh, where do you get this Pokemon? Like, they didn't really dwell that too well, in my opinion. But obviously the niece thinks that he's the best because he's been feeding her lies and such like that. And I guess Callahan's fine. Like, I don't think he's over the top or anything. Like, obviously his trait is him being a liar, and I don't know, he doesn't do it as well as Hercule being the fraud and such. But I don't know, I guess he's related to the scientist. I think he called him his brother. I'm not totally sure. It's throwing me off a little bit. 7434. But he like walked in there, and like there's like the opening and closing doors, like if you were to walk on a Walmart, like those opening type of doors. that was there, and it was just for like a good 5 seconds that they were opening and closing, and I feel like they didn't need to take the time to animate that. Like that was just extra work. But he was just standing there, and the doors just keep opening and closing to him as he's trying to talk to him. He's like, "Oh, please do me the favor of doing this, please," because the catching contest was happening. 7436. And I guess I should mention that before then, like, the lady's still like looking for the Eevee. We don't know it's Eevee yet, but she shows the Pokédex over to the guy, and he's like, "Oh, have you seen this Pokemon?" And he didn't know. And I don't think it's too much of a big deal to lie to your niece, like if you're a know-it-all. Because I think it's kind of a more believable lie slash truth if you just go like, "Well, I just don't remember where the Eevee is," because I'm a bit disoriented since I've been in the theme park all day. And also, like, I don't know if he's from that island because everybody else was saying it's a common Pokemon on that island and it's easy to find, so I'm not truly sure. Also, I'm not sure how Ash knows later on, but we'll cross that bridge once we get there, once we get to that part. But I don't see anything wrong with Callahan. Like, if that's just his character, that's fine and all. I just didn't understand why he lied that way. But Denise thinks that she's the best and stuff like that. She has like an extra squeaky voice. Not really a squeaky voice, but like, you know, almost to the pineapple juice level. When the dialogue that the mom has in that scene is what I'm saying. That everything she's like, "Oh, this is great, I want a Pokemon," or, you know, she just talks about that stuff or whatnot. I just don't know if it's just because I read the Bulbapedia that, like, when watching it, I just feel like I just know I wouldn't like much. I try to keep an open mind as much as I can, but it was really hard for me. But I tried to, and then this is all criticism that I realized watching through, and hopefully people don't think that this is unfair when I'm talking about it, because, like, I feel like I am being fair in my opinion. You know, I'm talking about Callahan, and I think he's like a fine character. The dude, I forget his name, it was Terrence or something like that, but the dude with the Chanseys is a bit over the top. I'm fine with the lady looking for Eevee. I don't see anything wrong with her. I'm trying to think of anything else. The daughter of the mayor, again, I thought she was a bit older than that, reading the Bulbapedia, but I guess I don't know too much about her so far, at least in the movie. But there was a part where she was, I guess the mayor left, and then she was like, "Okay, bye," and then she had this face, it's like, "Okay, well, now that he's gone, let's go walk over to this place." So she left like the mayor's mansion, 2440, and when she was walking through, and there was also this old lady that apparently is just scared of all Pokemon. Like, she was just looking at flowers, and some Flora was walking up to her, and she got her, like, she was scared of it, I guess. And I read that in the Bulbapedia, and when I saw it in the movie, I was like, this seems irrelevant, but apparently she's a very known character because she keeps popping up, so I guess I'll give it a pass. But yeah, she don't like Pokemon, so there was these dudes that were trying to sell lemonade, so they had like a wagon full of lemons, and because the kid walked up with his fan feed, the lady kind of like shit talked him and go like, "Oh, get away from me," or whatever. This characteristic I'm okay with because, like, you know, again, as long as it's not too over the top. If it's not like the pineapple juice scene, anything like that, or too over the top like the dude with Chansey, then I'm fine with like the characteristics of like Callahan and then this old lady and the trainer looking for Eevee. Like, I'm okay with this stuff. BANISH 43. But yeah, so she didn't end up getting lemonade, and the daughter of the mayor walked through and bumped over and like fell down, and the kids were pissed off because like, hey, watch where you're going. And then she apologized, and the kid's like, I don't give a fuck, I'm a mean character. And then he threw like a lemon at her. And I don't know where the fuck Ash came from, but he literally caught the lemon with a pretty good throw, and it didn't make sense to me. I'm like, they would make him catch the fucking lemon, being plot armor ass. Sometimes I don't like Ash for those reasons, just that small stuff. Like, he wasn't even close over there, and he just caught the lemon just because. And yeah, Ash doesn't even know what the hell's going on. I don't know how much he saw. I don't know if he just assumed everything or if it was within earshot. But Ash was like, oh, okay, let's just go. And then he just has his Pikachu fight the Phanpy, which is a ground type, by the way. But Pikachu won, as you could probably guess. And then the kids kind of had their tails between their legs and then ran off. And then the girl, you know, thanked Ash, and Ash doesn't even realize that she's like the mayor's daughter, and then they're just hanging out. And yeah, that's pretty much what happened. But anyway, like, there's a lot of characters, as you could probably tell in the movie. Like, I was already overwhelmed reading the Bulbapedia, and I couldn't truly keep track of all the characters. To a degree, I still kind of don't. But I thought it was pretty paced well, like showing all the characters kind of evenly. I didn't feel like, you know, I didn't feel like a character was taking too much spotlight besides Ash, but you know, that's kind of a given. So I didn't really see a pacing problem, at least for the first 45 minutes of the movie. We'll see about the next 45 minutes after I finish streaming. I'll probably watch the rest tonight. I'm not sure how far I could actually watch it or whatever, but we'll see. But yeah, because Callahan lied to the lady looking for the Eevee, he told them to go check on the mounds. He just pointed at a random direction, not knowing that the mounds that he pointed at was off limits, because she ended up walking there because it was daytime at first. Next thing you know, it was nighttime, and she hiked all that way for like the Security National Park. I don't know who they are. They're just random people that work there. They're like, hey, you're not supposed to be here. Watch out for the curse of Zeraora or whatever. And she was like, what the fuck? And so yeah, she was confused with all that. Did I run out of moves? I did, okay. I think I'm gonna take the time to check. I'm gonna take the time to check if there's an egg, because I would like that. Which there is. I feel like the egg's gonna hatch though pretty soon. I also don't know what number I'm even at. I think I'm at 240, right? 240 eggs? 241 maybe? 239. Oh, we're about to hit 240. Oh, I see. Oh, very nice. But yeah, I'm trying to think of anything else. Like, yeah, I don't have a problem with that girl either. Like, she's why did I fly here? What the hell? She's perfectly fine. Just, you know, doing her thing. I don't see too much problems. It's just, you know, just minor dialogue shit as always. But yeah, she went towards that forest. She was kind of spooked. I think because they mentioned in the Bulbapedia that there's like half the people have a problem with Pokemon, but for some reason the catching contest that they kept talking about, and I feel like this catching contest kind of took a huge chunk in the Bulbapedia at least, because the next section that took a bigger chunk is like the fire, so I really don't know where the time goes in the movie. But like, if that's the case, that they don't like Pokemon there, then what the fuck would... If they don't like Pokemon, why have a catching contest where half the people don't even like them shits? Also, when they did the catching contest, I was under the impression it was like, you know, in a safer environment, like in the forest or something like that, or somewhere that it's sanctioned. Like, cause there's the bug catching contest, you got the whole park to catch Pokemon, which is grass and trees and shit like that. And then for the fishing contest in Johto that they also did, where Ash caught like the Sea King, like, you know, it's in the water and everything, like they just fish up and it's no problem. This is literally in a city that they're all doing this stuff in. They all just take the time to have Pokemon with just like stickers on them that shows that they're part of the contest, which I guess is fine to show that, you know, I mean, I really don't know how they work if you really think about it, but you know, like if a person does have a Pokemon and the trainer shows up and doesn't see a sticker on it, then like, you know, it saves them from not being catched pretty much, because they're like, oh, they don't have a sticker, so I can't catch that. So when they look at other Pokemon that does have a sticker, then that's, you know, sanctioned for the catching contest. Yeah, I don't know why whoever came up with this idea to have it in the city, like, they didn't think this shit through. Like, honestly, I feel like so many things could go wrong just letting go Pokemon, even if they're fully fucking trained. Just to let them loose and just have trainers roam around and just catch a bunch of Pokemon. Like, even though you're like just imagine, even with the most trained Pokemon that you could possibly get, with these, and they're supposed to be caught and stuff, that doesn't mean that the trainers that are, you know, going for this contest, that are, you know, trying to win, are good at not destroying the fucking any part of the city. Like, that it could be a scrubby ass trainer that like can't control his fucking Electabuzz or something like that, whatever Pokemon you can imagine, a Pinsir or something, and it just crashes into a wall, and who even knows what could happen. It could start explosions or whatever the hell you could imagine, car crashes, all types of stuff, and a lot of things could go wrong, which it basically did, you know. As I mentioned, the Tyranitar has like a cable stuck on him, and for some reason he went haywire, even though it was just like wrapped around. Like, he wasn't getting strangled or anything, it just wrapped around him and he kind of freaked out. But I'm getting too ahead of myself. Within the movie, like, the only characters that we see is Callahan and Ash. And of course Ash looks like he has a head start. Like, he outspeeds a Weavile from like a different trainer. Oh hey, it's gonna fall. So that always struck me as odd, that Ash just did that, you know, that he just outsped everybody. And also Callahan has like a Staryu and shit, which doesn't totally make sense to me, because if he's supposed to be the fraud, I don't think Staryu and him kind of align. Like, I feel like a fraud would have a different Pokemon or whatever. 7455. Did you watch the Pokemon Presents? Yeah, I did. I watched it earlier. I hadn't talked about it quite yet, but yeah, I watched it. What did you think of it? Let's see. Oddish. Let's go with this. Yeah, unravel the fucking cable. It keeps twisting up. 74, 56. Okay, another oddish. Okay, here's another oddish. 74, 57. Sadly, 90% waste of time, but the Gen 10 trailer was interesting. Yeah. I forget how long the whole thing was. Wasn't it like 20 minutes or something like that? I don't play Pokemon Champions or whatever that is. I'm not 100% sure what it is to begin with. They announced it like last year and I don't remember much. I don't know if it was just VGC or something, but yeah, it even 20 minutes. Yeah, I figured it was something 20 minutes or something. It was super short. Because I was watching Wolfie VGC, his stream when he was doing it. Like, for some reason that was the first one that popped up on my feed. Well, actually, Hayden was, but like I refreshed the page at some point because I was getting stuff. And so like Wolfie's stream popped up and I ended up watching it from his. I don't know, that's what I always do. I always end up watching like one of the BookieTubers stuff. They should have saved the Frick trailer for the Presents. Their PR dropped the ball since people had actually been interested. Yeah. Oh, the Fire Leaf Green trailer? Yeah. They did fuck up doing that. They should have saved it for this time, because people would have been a tiny bit more hyped had that happened and such. Because I don't know why they dropped it, and then at some point they just said fuck it, we'll just have the pre-order ready for Fire Red and Leaf Green. I don't know, it was rather weird. I'm trying to remember any other stuff that happens. Every time I see a Pokemon Direct, they always talk about like stuff like Pokemon Cafe, and they didn't really talk about Pokemon Sleep all that much, but like, you know, shit like that, and Pokemon Unite or whatever. I'm a bit, like, I wanted to play Pokemon Unite, but I hadn't. But I'm more so interested in Pokemon Masters EX for a long time. I just didn't play it yet. I don't get why they talked about Cafe so much. Yeah, I don't really get it either. I don't really, like, I don't know. Well, never say never with me, but like Cafe isn't like at the top of my list, pretty much. Like, I would play it, but I wouldn't really give a fuck about it like that. I'm not even exactly sure what you do in that game besides like make coffee and food and like collect Pokemon, I guess. I don't know. Not really sure. 7462. Literally never encountered anyone that has even mentioned it. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anybody else play it. Like, the most I always hear about it is every single Pokemon Direct ever since it debuted. Like, I have no idea. I don't think I've ever met a person that talked about it either, pretty much. Because, like, even people, unless they're talking about the Pokemon Direct, then they talk about it. Because, like, my relative had watched it, and, like, they're aware of it. But that's, like, the only time people talk about it, is just talking about the Pokemon Direct. But other than that, when I'm talking to, like, friends that know of Pokemon, they never talk about Cafe, like, ever. So, yeah. Like, I hear more people talking about, like, Pokemon Go and stuff that are like, you know, not on the main series games. It just sucks that for their 30th anniversary they just made it so lame. Yeah, I didn't really have too much high expectations. Like, part of me was all like, there's a good chance that they don't release Gen 10. Like, that's just part of me, but I'm all like, it has been a while. So that's why I wasn't so sure. And for a long time I keep calling it in my head like, oh, it's called Pokemon Sea and Sky, but no, it's Wind and Waves. I knew it was Wind and Waves, but I keep tricking myself that thinking it's Sea and Sky, because that's like the fucking Pokemon ROM hack. It's like, I don't know, I just keep tricking my mind on it. I think they were kind of forced to with recent leaks. Oh, yeah. Probably, that makes sense, to be honest. It would make sense that they go like, you know what, fuck it, we just we have to do it because people are talking about it already. And since they're not ready, they're still gonna be working on it more. I mean, a lot of people seem pretty impressed with the graphics this time around. I'm not really too much of a graphics guy regardless. Like, I just kind of give more of a fuck if the story's good or not. But, I mean, yeah, like, the water looks great and everything, for the most part. 74, 64. The starters actually look alright. Not holding my breath until I see the final evos. Yeah, I think so too. Usually the starter Pokemon, for me, I always wait for the final evolutions too, before I fully decide on who I'm committing with. Because it easily can make or break something. Fairly easily. I don't know what the hell. I forgot what the Pokemon is called. It's like, it starts with a B. The grass bird. It was like one word. It was like Brault or Brad or something like that. It's not Brad. I don't know why I said that. And then there's the Pomeranian, which I really like. And then there's Aquaqua, something like that. Aqua Gecko. It was like an Aqua Gecko, something like that. Well, the graphics this time actually look like they tried a little to convince that they are a billion-dollar company or something. Yeah, it's for the best. I mean, nowadays the games, like, a lot of the ocean graphics looks pretty convincing for a while in a lot of games nowadays. So, like, they really probably should update. Like, I feel like, I don't know, I forget, like, ever since like the first time I saw like a game that had like pretty good water physics, or not water physics, but water graphics. But I don't know, games that are up there, you know, has no problem with that specifically. But yeah, I'm leaning so far, like I said, like the final evos will either make or break it. But yeah, the fire Pomeranian I like, and then the water gecko I like. I don't know, like so far the grass bird is the least for me. And final evolution wise, literally the bird could be anything. Like, there's so many possibilities what a bird could be. It's really hard to break it down. I'm pretty curious about how the game will run since it looks graphically intensive for the Switch, but I am worried that they are going to cut corners with physics. They might, yeah. Part of me, because like we don't know if it's the beginning of 2027 or the end of 2027. My guess is towards the end, like November-ish or something. And that, I don't know, part of me feels like it won't be for the Switch and it will just be for the Switch 2, but I'm not totally sure, because that could be a possibility. Because I think eventually they're gonna try to phase out of the Switch and then just be like focusing on Switch 2, and then people are gonna be disappointed. Because, you know, they still want to use their Switch or whatnot, but they're gonna force it, I feel like, when it does happen or whatnot. So we'll see. If they stick to their summer looking appeal, it's going to be a summer release. Oh yeah, I meant SW2. Why do I hear... I swear I hear something in the background. SW2. I'm trying to figure out what's the acronym. I don't know why I'm blanking on it. Okay. Let's go 7468. Switch to. Oh, okay. For predictors, I'm trying to read back. Okay, well, yeah, I don't know. I just that's just the feeling I get. I really think that they're gonna just have like Switch 2 exclusives and not just Switch ones or whatever. Keep doing that. I hate that I keep... Okay, well I ran out the bottom rows, so I need to remember to just go on the top ones. We're almost finished with getting 8,000 auto-ships, so I wouldn't be against it, to be honest. Yeah, I know that people... I know for a fact, like, when the time comes, people are gonna complain. It's like, man, I really wanted to play on the Switch. It's gonna be good graphics, and the hardware can't hold up. I don't know. I just see it a mile away. I'm very curious about what their price point will be. I really hope that they don't, like, have the DLC and, like, go like, oh, we'll show it far in advance, be sure to buy it or whatever before the game even comes out, because that's what they did with Legends CA. But yeah, I need a, because the region's based on Indonesia, right? I don't know too much about Indonesian culture. To be honest, I don't even know where the country's even at. Like, if someone handed me a globe, I wouldn't know where to point it on the map. Like, I feel pretty ignorant towards it because I know nothing about it. Like, I know very little things of it. But I'm sure there's gonna be some mythical stuff and such. $40 DLC calling it, supposed to be Indonesian, hard to say at the moment. I mean, that's what the leaks supposedly say. Like, at first when I saw the trailer pop up, I thought they were gonna do Legends Johto, because like the first clip for some reason was Johto. I would thought it was gonna be Kanto unless I missed it or some shit, because they showed I remember seeing Umbreon, and then I saw like the towers and stuff. Then it switched to Hoenn, and then it went to the other ones. Cause like Wolfie was talking about it as it happened, and I got confused. Cause when he said Hoenn, then I saw the dude with the hat. I'm like, wait, they're remaking Hoenn? What the fuck are you talking about? And I'm all like, I thought about it. I'm like, I guess it would be cool, and it kind of makes sense that the dude has a cowboy hat for Hoenn. I thought so too, LMAO. Yeah. I mean, I'm still waiting for the day that it does happen with for that game to come out. Legends Hoenn. It would be good, but I don't know. 7472. I was about to be so mad if they legit skip Gen 5. Oh, for Legends Unova? I mean, they don't have a real order that they're doing. Because, like, they went to Gen 4 to Gen 6, and, like, I don't know. Like, I thought Legends Unova was coming out next, but fucking, I don't know. I'm I'm not truly sure. No for remakes. Oh, right, yeah, with the Gen 5 remakes, yeah. I mean, I'm sure they're gonna do it. Yeah, it's speculated that they might remake Heart Gold Soul Silver before Black White or Black 2 White 2. That they'll remake Heart Gold and Soul Silver? Like as in like the Let's Go games, or just in general? Cause like Fire Red and Leaf Green, I mean, it's just Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. I still don't even know what they would call their games though, if it's the Let's Go series. Like I keep thinking in my head it might be like Let's Go Pichu or Let's Go Meryl or Let's Go Togepi or some shit, I don't know. In general. Yeah. I don't know, they keep fucking up the orders. It's all over the place. Ever since the Let's Go Arceus, Legends Arceus came out, like, you know, because there was the main series games, then there were the remakes that, you know, everybody kind of had, like, a feeling how they were ordering it ever since, like, Gen 3, that Gen 1 was coming out, then Gen 4, when, you know what I'm talking about. But then, like, when Legends Arceus comes out, it just threw off the whole order that we don't know what's coming out next. Which I guess is good that they keep us on our toes, I guess, but I don't know. I really don't want another Let's Go game. I didn't find that it played well. There is some stuff I like about the Let's Go games. I never played it for myself, but from what I've seen, it doesn't make sense timeline-wise. It kind of fucks up the timeline, to be honest. Because I thought about it, and I talked about, like, I had a whole spiel a couple streams ago on it. Because, like, literally they just moved the dial and you just do Red's adventure when Red, Blue, and Green's in the story. And you're, like, playing as a different characters. Like, I didn't fully understand what was the difference in timeline. And Trace was doing the exact Gary story. I don't know, it just didn't make sense. Like, yeah, that whole thing was a train wreck lore-wise. I don't know. It didn't make sense, pretty much. But yeah, I mean, what they call it? Let's Go Pichu or Let's Go Meryl or Togepi though? I have no idea. I had some hard oversight in some parts when it came to how you use HMs. I don't remember of the HMs aspect. I just know that in the Let's Go games, it's really focused on just catching Pokemon. The battles, I don't know if they were less necessarily, and even certain gym leaders you were required to catch Pokemon. If you didn't have a check for gym badges, oh crap, I think OBS is disconnected. Oh good, right. If you didn't have a check for gym badges, so once you got cut HM, you could just go across the whole region. Oh, yeah, I think I did hear something about that. Isn't there still like a requirement for the amount of Pokemon you catch? I don't know what's the complete limit or whatever. But I have heard something about that, yeah. 477. Because I think, I don't know if it was PM7 or you know, MNJTV, like Pokemon 7, like one of them two, they did something that they were doing a challenge and they exploited that feature where like they had to do something, so because they couldn't do it at that point in the game, they just went wherever they want and did something else to complete it. I forget what the exact thing was, but it was something related to that. I also don't fully understand the trainers that are like, you know, are masters of a particular Pokemon. Because it didn't make sense. Like, it makes sense if it's like, oh, I'm a master of Charizards, and he has like one Charizard and stuff. But like being a master of just Need Arena or like a non-evolved Pokemon doesn't make too much sense to me. 74, 79. Not particularly. Someone did a Professor Oak challenge and they pretty much had the entire region caught after Gym 1. Oh, well. I wonder if they, well, I don't know. It's probably too late for them to fix that. They probably should have, or maybe they don't really care. I'm not sure. How would that even work? I don't know. Isn't there some, because it's just like badge check, right? That's what you were talking about. But like, I don't know. I thought for sure that there was some stuff that was required that you had to do, like, to a certain point or whatever. If gym badges aren't required, then like, I guess it's okay for you to get cut, but like, if you don't need the gym badge for cut and stuff like that, because I'm also thinking like the Poke Flute and such like that. The Poke Flute I know for a fact doesn't need an HM. It's 481. Nintendo hasn't patched pretty much anything in BDSP. They are not ever going back to Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu. Yeah. No, the Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, that's like the worst. I've seen many stuff about that game recently. I wasn't too thrilled, because I mentioned this in the past. I actually like the Sword and Shield graphics, believe it or not. So I really wanted them to do that, and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl use those graphics. Like, I was okay with the chibi form, but like, I don't know, like, I didn't mind it either, but like, when I started looking more into that game, I didn't realize that, I don't know, because remakes, people call it remakes, but it's supposed to be a remaster. Like Fire Red and Leaf Green are supposed to be remasters of Red and Blue and stuff like that. And sometimes they add more to it, you know, if it was like Yellow version or whatnot. It should be required, it just isn't enforced. Sword and Shield graphics are alright, X and Y graphics are definitely the worst IMO. I mean, I didn't really mind X and Y graphics either. I don't know what's, in my opinion, the worst. I wasn't too big of a fan on Sun and Moon. Like, there's some stuff I did like on Sun and Moon graphic-wise. I don't know. There's some stuff like the character model. Well, for 7th and 8th gen, like the way they run, I don't know, it feels slow. But that's just like the main character and stuff like that, and I don't know, some of the 3D graphics in 7th gen feels lazy. Like, it just feels like they put like the 3D model and they just added like a smiley face, like for Yungoos, for example. And like, from what I noticed, whenever you're interacting with a character like Hao or some other character, like they got like a loop animation that they do all the time, like, oh, he's super excited, so you just gotta do the same animation over and over until you press A. And like, multiple characters has that same animation, and I'm like, I don't know. That's just my opinion. I think Sun and Moon has like one of the worst ones. I think XY, ORS, and Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Moon use the exact same graphics. It was part of those generation controversies. Did they? I don't know if that's necessarily true. I mean, that might be true, but I don't know. I swear that, like, because for X and Y, I didn't like pick up any Pokemon that looked like they just had like their smiley face on there. They also didn't have like that animation that I'm talking about in X and Y for sure. When they did it in Sun and Moon. Cause like when people were talking about the whole sword and shield stuff, like yeah, I remember them pointing out for evidence that they kept using the fucking, you know, the 3D renders the same or whatnot. They even use some of the exact same models. Well, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah. I forget what other Pokemon there was. Like Yungoos is the Pokemon that stands out in my head. I really don't. I don't really have a problem with like them using their sources again and stuff. Like if there's like a Ninetales and they want to use that same model to put in this game, then they could. As you know, as long as they improve it or whatever. 7486. It's just my thing that like I don't, like I said, I don't like that. Like, I just think of How and Yungoos over and over again, and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. They just barely added anything to it. Pokemon often plagiarize themselves. Well, again, I feel like they could... I don't know. I think it's fine to just use your own sources if you have them and stuff. Like, if they're gonna make a fucking remake of Kanto, then they might as well use like the same stuff for like everybody. When they were talking about Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, for example, the big argument that MNJ TV was talking about, it was like, why didn't they use like the Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee following mechanic for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl? Because some of the Pokemon looks ridiculous when they're following you. Like Dialga looks abnormally really weird, and they didn't make it chibi-fied. And they're like, if they used all the stuff for Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it would have worked way better. Or at least use that that one game where all the Pokemon look chibi. I forgot what this is called, but the Pokemon Rumble, I think it was. If they had used that for the model of Dialga, it would have fit the chibi version of Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl much better. But yeah, I just think it's rough for the budget that they have to cut corners in silly ways. Yeah, they are kind of weird with their money. I don't know why they, like, you know, for $1 billion corporation, why they don't use their assets. But yeah, that's always been my whole thing. I had a whole video arguing about, like, you know, defending Sword and Shield and stuff like that. It's nothing new that I hadn't said before. Because people were looking at trees and stuff like that. I'm like, there's more important stuff than the trees and such. I still don't know if, like, obviously X and Y and ORAS has the same graphics. I know that much. I don't know if the Sun and Moon stuff is necessarily true. 7490. Like, you know, and again, like, I obviously I know that some models are alike and the same. Let's see here. But yeah, I was trying to think of, like, the starter Pokemon. Like, I don't know what most of them are gonna turn into, because, like, the grass bird, I have really no idea. They're gonna have to convince me pretty hard for me to choose that one. The Fire Pomeranian, even though I like it the most right now, I really don't know. Like, it could be turning into a fire wolf, or it could be something like... I just hope they don't do like a masculine, feminine, neutral thing like they always do. It's just weird to me how game designers these days are just so bad most of the time. Yeah, I don't know. We're living in an age where, like, where the game designers, like, you know, with the whole Metroid Prime 4 thought process, like, if anything, Metroid Prime 4 is like, kind of gives you an example of everything wrong of gaming today, pretty much, in a nutshell. Um, but yeah, I really hope they don't do the masculine, feminine, neutral thing, because like the Pomeranian has a good chance that it's gonna be the feminine one. Best case scenario, it turns into like a Fenrir wolf. I really don't know what's Indonesian culture for like, you know, something dog related. So I have no idea what they're gonna turn into. The water gecko has great potential of being something really, really fucking cool. But we'll see. And I know people doesn't want them to be bipedal or whatever the fuck. I even heard that like they were like, oh, I just want the Pomeranian to just still be on their fours, you know. They're just so afraid of players not knowing what to do, needing to experiment, just general learning needed to play. They really don't want gender to matter outside of how it's currently presented in the games. I wish they didn't do that to begin with, because they also, I guess they technically started that with 6th gen, right? Or could I mean, I could see people I ran out of moves, what the fuck? I could see people debating that happened since 5th gen, but I don't know. I don't really see Superior all that feminine. It could be a masculine Pokemon, but I would really say that 6th gen is what started the whole, you know, the masculine, feminine, neutral route, kind of. But it truly did, like, kind of truly started around 7th gen for sure. In 6th gen, like, yeah, you know, I like Fennekin, but I always pick Greninja. I never pick Chespin though, that's for sure. Cause like when they asked for like the 2nd starter, I ended up picking Fennekin. I never ended up with Chespin before. Let's see here. But yeah, that's what I truly believe though. Like the whole with that video from what you showed, it's truly what's everything wrong with modern gaming. Like the only thing that's missing is just like the microtransactions and like, you know, in-game purchases and shit like that. Like then it would be complete, like the complete set of everything wrong with gaming. And I really, and I know I'm not the only one that just really doesn't like the hand-holding in game tutorials. Like, that also starts with Sun and Moon. As you could probably tell, I'm just not a fan of Sun and Moon a lot. Well, they had the amiibos. And they added stuff like music in the desert and changing your bike. I don't even remember too much about it. The music doesn't fucking... like, I don't know. Even in Mario 64, when you beat the game and you talk to Yoshis, like, just the fact that when you triple jump you get the sprinkles feels like more than just music in the background. Like, it's such a minor change for Mario. I'm like trying to think of like the smallest rewards that games give you after you beat them or something, you know? And then changing your bike. I don't remember, like custom, the way it looks, I don't remember. I think he did mention something about the bike. I do remember the music part though. I think Fox was wearing glasses, but that's more of a sentimental thing. Like for the Mario 64 thing, I really don't care about like the sprinklies that comes out when you're triple jumping, because you beat the game. It's like, what else am I gonna do? I mean, I found a reason to use them because I did the Green Demon challenge and shit. But like, if it wasn't for that, I'd fucking like, people would never seen me triple jump and just drop the game altogether. The bike just looks slightly different now. I'm sure there's a video somewhere that's all like, oh, the most anticlimactic reward for beating the game. Actually, it sounds familiar. I might have already seen that video. It's just not hitting me right now. I don't remember what that is. Hopefully I could get 8,000 by the end of this. I really would like to wrap it up and go back to the Zubats. I was tempted to play Xenoverse on the other file and try to get ahead. I don't remember how far back I am. I imagine I'm either the 5th, 6th gym, something like that. It's gonna take a long ass time to catch all the Pokemon though. That's gonna be a huge pain in my ass. But yeah, I'm hoping that the Pomeranian will turn into like a Fenrir wolf of some kind, like a fire wolf. If not, it's gonna probably be fairy fire type. I know that a lot of people thought that Fido should have been fairy fire because it's like a burnt bread or whatever. The gecko, I don't know. People don't want Inteleon to return. That's what they're worried about. But it has great potential to be a lot of things. It could be water dragon, it could be water dark, water ice, water poison. It could be loads of things. The grass bird, it could potentially just be grass flying, as simple as that, or it could be just like how Rally was and be a different form that kind of excuses itself to fly, like grass ghost or grass psychic or something. Like I said, I'm not too excited about the grass bird. It could be many things. It could be cool. It could be cool. But I have no idea. It could turn into an ostrich and be like a Doduo ripoff. Who fucking knows? And like an ostrich of some kind. I never understood Inteleon hate. I like Inteleon, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't hate Inteleon either. It's just like the whole feminine, masculine route thing over again. Oh, I didn't mean to count that. Shit. Okay, well this is 240. I don't even remember my least favorite starter. Might as well... Because Chikorita, by definition, is like the worst starter Pokemon. But I had used a Chikorita before. I don't have a problem with Trico, Turtwig's fine. I used Snivy before. I've never used Chespin. I love Rowlet. That's like the one good thing on Sun and Moon. Well, I mean, there's other good things too. Like, I like the Alolan forms. What am I doing, actually? I need to fly over to the thing. What else is there? I like Grookey, for the most part. The middle form kind of weirds me out because it looks like a shiny Pokemon, but it's not. Alright, let's check this one out. So, it's number 240. Attacks up, speed is down, runaway ability. Pretty good IVs. 25 on HP and 21 on special defense. The 7 and 6 on attack and special attacks, kind of whatever, but loves to eat. Alright. And yeah, so this one's the 239 and stuff, so I'm making progress on the Eevee hatches. Not that it fucking matters, because, like, honestly... but yeah, for Inteleon, my biggest thing on, like, I don't know, I just think that Gigantamax portion, that it just goes on its tail. Like, I get what it's trying to reference, like, you know, it's going on a tower and being a sniper, you know, for being a spy and stuff, but to me, that doesn't make total sense on a Gigantamax form. Like, Cinderace would be also on that hill. Like, you know, another issue with Gigantamax form, because I feel like the Pokemon should be big, not something that's big or some feature of you that's big. It's just like I feel like the whole Pokemon should be big. Because like Cinderace is just on a gigantic fireball and shit, so like that's I don't know. Doesn't make total sense. And like yeah, it's just like on the tower with the twisty tail, sniper scope. Like I like the idea, but I don't know. It doesn't make sense Gigantamax wise. If it was Dynamax, maybe. But like Gigantamax form, no. Cause it would have been cooler if like the starters on Sword and Shield, like they had wait, what'd you put? I could use Grass Poison, Fire Fairy, Water Dragon. Yeah, or Grass Steel. That'd be cool. I don't know if it's gonna be Grass Poison. I mean, maybe. Cause it would be cool to have like a. Well, it's not exactly like the core, but yeah, if it was Dragon Fairy, Fairy Steel core, then yeah. The bird could be, I don't know, like it could be like the Dona Rush bird, like Donanas. That's just what I also keep thinking of. It's gonna be that ostrich or emu or something like that. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like I get the vibe, like before people were saying that it was Indonesia, that it was Australia. I have no idea. People also saw like clouds off the sky. Like I don't know, one of these days I'll like look through the video and just show off what I'm talking about. Because normally, if like I had my channel active, well I mean not that it isn't, but you know what I mean. I usually do breakdowns and talk about this stuff, but I won't be able to edit to do that. But I can show it off a different way. Maybe perhaps next time I stream or something, I'm not sure. Just not this stream, because I really would like to finish these Odysseys. What was I talking about though? Yeah, no, that's my whole thing with like the Inteleon stuff. As a starter Pokemon, I don't know. It doesn't make total sense to me. It feels like as a regular Pokemon, if it wasn't a starter, then it would have been fine, I guess. I know what I'm saying doesn't make sense to some people, but like it feels like a super gimmick Pokemon to be a starter. Yeah, I don't know. Then again, like it's been like that since 6th gen as well. Cause like Incineroar is a wrestler and such. 7505. Yeah, I don't know. I guess Chespin for me would be not one of my favorites. I mean, the Mega Chestnut's okay, but at the same time I would pick somebody else. Because there's some Pokemon like Impidimp, for example, that I don't really see as a Pokemon. I don't know. I feel like a kid could draw him. For a long time, it took me a while to get used to Scraggy, because I wasn't sure what Scraggy was for a long time, but over time I got used to him, you know? But yeah, no, like, I guess, as an example, because, what I mean by a gimmick Pokemon, like if Hypno was a starter Pokemon and stuff, his gimmick is just a Hypnotist and like something else pertaining to Force and such, that it wouldn't, I don't know, starter Pokemon wise, it just feels like it's kind of more like a more defined thing. Since it's like based on England, because it wasn't it like pertain to rock, espionage, and soccer play, right? Stuff from London and such. I forget what it was, because I think Loxin and Ogden mentioned it first or whatnot. I honestly would not know still pertain what people are gonna come up with this time. It's like, well, it makes perfect sense. Indonesian, like, these three things are gonna be what these starters are gonna be. I'll look into it. I'll look into it. Let's see. BANISH. Yeah, the Rillaboom has his Gigantamax form, and his makes more sense. It was like gigantic drums and like his, I don't know, I remember his hair being all over the place. Kind of almost looking like a tent. I don't know if I counted that one or not. Let's see here. BANISH 7510. Are you playing anything right now? Currently playing Leaf Green. It's been a chore remembering how typing to physical/special attacking works. Oh, well, you timed that out perfectly. I think I had asked, and then the moment I finished that sentence, you posted it. Are you playing that off of the Switch, or are you playing that on a different console? 7511. Yeah, it does get confusing, especially after you like play other games, because like from playing Xenoverse to playing Fire Red, like when I did a couple weeks ago, it threw me off because like since Z and X is A and B, and then the spacebar select also, it throws me off. I'd be pressing the B button thinking that's running shit. Or something like that. I don't remember what I did. Yeah, playing on Switch. Okay. Is there Pokemon that are... I imagine there is, but that are available that aren't in Scarlet and Violet? That you're trying to get or anything? Or like, you know, going for in Pokemon Home and such? I know that today is a very active PokeTuber day, because even when before I started streaming, I saw multiple of them already online. I'm like, oh, well, they're probably also playing Fire Red and Leaf Green. 7513. But really, I think certain mons will be easier to shiny head in the future. No. I'm not too sure about like the Legends CA for... Is it literally just Mega Garchomp and that's it, or are they adding anything else to the DLC? Because I just saw Mega Garchomp and he looks no different than a regular Garchomp, just with bigger scythes in his hands. Like a bladed jet look. I'm not too sure. Specifically mythics or legendaries that are currently not shiny capturable. Just the Mega Z Garchomp. Okay. Like, I guess it's fine that he exists, but I don't think it was totally necessary that Garchomp had a Z form. I feel like people that play Pokemon for the first time, they're gonna be so confused reading all this stuff. Like, it's gonna take some time for them to get used to it. Because they'll see, like, Charizard Mega X, and then Charizard Mega Y, and then they'll look at something like Lucario, Mega Lucario, and then Mega Lucario Z. I mean, I doubt that there's any other ones that go further past that. I don't know. I could see that being confusing to people on the outside looking in. I thought there was going to be another DLC for ZA or something. I mean, if they're not anytime soon, then that might just be it. Yeah. Let's see here. So 515. I need to open the water. This will do that. Okay. I still hadn't got a reply from that one dude that told me that it is possible. He hadn't been on in like almost a month now. They played the trailer for him last year. I'm so confused. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. The one thing I do know, I need to play ScarKnight pretty soon, because I don't want to be too behind. I also don't know if I'm gonna end up resetting the game, because I don't remember where I even left off. Even though I had repeated what I'd done multiple times, I don't know. I'm just like at a complete loss. People were bringing up the point that like from the 2D Pokemon games to like the 3D ones, that that it was better at first because you know, you were alone or something like that. Like, that's just a word they kept using, and it didn't really make too much sense to me. I think what they meant is that like it felt more intimate, I think is what they meant. Because they kept saying that, and it's all like, oh, well, upon when games started, you know, producing more and more in open world, and then more people to talk to, and then tutorials and stuff like that, that you're not as alone anymore. And I'm pretty sure it's the word intimate is what they meant, because it's all like, you know, when you're by yourself and you're playing and you got your Pokemon to raise and you get to choose what you need to do and, you know, do whatever the hell you wanted. It has more replayability than, you know, than maybe a Sun and Moon or a Sword and Shield or something like that. Because I hadn't played Sword and Shield again since playing it the first run, and I'm not gonna press new game anytime soon with that game. Like the most I'll do when I come back to Sword and Shield, if I do end up doing it, it simply is if I shiny hunt. And I feel like it's the same case for Scarlet and Violet. Like, the only other reason I would new game is, you know, for the same reason that, you know, if I hadn't played in a long time, I might as well new game. But Scarlet and Violet, I really wouldn't want to new game. Like, if I get too far deep in the game, I don't know if that would make too much sense to people, but I even forgot who even made that video to begin with, but even on the fucking thumbnail it says alone in big, like, blocky white letters. I'm pretty sure, at least. It was something like that. I kind of understood what they meant, but I don't even think they really thought the word through. Come on. Just walking back and forth 6 times, what the hell? Are you doing the run like any differently in Fire Red and Leaf Green though? Or are you just doing Professor Oak challenge, or you playing the game normally, or whatnot? I have to do my own version of Professor Oak challenge again. I found it fun when I did do it. It's just gonna take me a shit, like a shit amount of time. I was gonna say metric shit ton, but I just said shit, and that's it. So it's kinda... Who the hell is fixing a car outside? I don't know if that's noticeable in the background. Not really. I'm catching everything I can so I could get the national dex. If you don't have the national dex, you can't evolve some Pokemon. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I ran into that problem in when I was playing Leaf Green in my Nuzlocke, because you only catch a Pokemon in every area, and you know, once you beat the champion, I think the national Pokédex was required if you wanted the Sevi Islands. So I had to catch all the Pokemon pretty much. Yeah, something like that. I forgot how I did it. I'm pretty sure because like the grass was randomized, I literally just had to find nothing but Gen 1 Mons. I don't remember how many Pokemon was required for it though. I don't think I caught literally every Pokemon, because I really doubt I caught a Mewtwo, for example. But yeah, 7521 in your dex. Oh, I think you need to have 60 plus Pokemon in your dex. Yeah, that sounds about right. It took me a while, and it was very awkward because I had to cheat the rules to you know, even play post game. Even though technically, like, the Nuzlocke ends when you like beat the champion. Like I furthered that. I was going post game, and I wanted to go in the Sevi Islands, so then I could rematch the Leaf Foreign champion. And yeah, it was extremely awkward. Just to be like, oh, I had to turn Nuzlocke mode off so I could catch more Pokemon. That was stupid. It's the same shit for Xenoverse. I'm gonna have to end up doing it again. Oh, I ran out of moves again. 7523. I don't remember if I mentioned it to you before, but like when I, you know, drew my own starter Pokemon that I always wanted to have like a Fire Cat Pokemon, and this was before the Lin times. That, you know, becomes a bigger cat and then becomes a lion with the Fire Mane, and this is, you know, before Pyroar. And I'm a bit biased, but like, you know, I thought my design was better than Pyroar's because it's like I wasn't too much of a Pyroar fan, because it's like very thin, and the mane is just like fur. You could probably guess that the mane on my line had like straight up fire around it, and it had like saber-toothed teeth just like a fucking Digimon and shit. And the water starter I had was gonna be a water puppy that turns into a dog, like a greyhound, and then it becomes a wolf. And like the puppy had a tail that had like a fishing lure, the greyhound had like a harpoon on his tail, and then like the wolf had like an anchor, and they were gonna be like water steel. The lion was just gonna be pure fire type, and then like the grass starter was just gonna be like a lizard turned into like a velociraptor turned into a T-Rex. Like that was my original vision of what I wanted to be, and that they were gonna be like a grass ground type. It wasn't really supposed to be meant to be an all-rounder like trio thing. Alright, sir, yeah, turn on the fucking thing. What the hell? Hold on, I'm gonna mute 1 second. Yeah, the guy's still cutting bushes outside, so I'm gonna mute myself for a while. Okay, he's still kind of close by, so you'll hear him a little bit, but he's farther to a point where it's not, like, too loud. That's obnoxious. I looked outside my window and he just got started. I'm like, what the fuck? Alright, hopefully he doesn't go back to by the window. 7531. I thought that it was some other dude, like, I don't know. I thought at first it was like someone mowing the lawn, and then when I poked my head out the window, I thought it was some dude, like, you know, fixing his car or something, and just like turned on some oil rig. I don't know what I thought. Like, I thought it was like one device that had that. It just gives a small wave. Yeah, I just imagine. Hey sir, it's like, bro. I just popped my head out the window. You are ruining my stream! It's whatever. I don't know, if it's not the leaf blowers, it's these guys, it's whatever. I think it's honestly for the best that it wasn't like, you know, a dude mowing his lawn, because that would have took, you know, a lot longer. And instead they're like, it's as main as people are just cutting all the bushes throughout the whole place, I guess. So that just means you just gotta go farther and farther and just fade away. But that was obnoxious. And I might have double counted, I'm not too sure, like when I left and then like when I came back. It threw me off too, because I saw the preview on the YouTube studios and I thought like I accidentally left something on the keyboard, so it like auto played, because I saw myself kill Oddish. I'm like, what? And I'm like, there's nothing on the keyboard, and then I realized I was watching the preview. So it threw me off for a second. I'm like, oh, okay, no. Yeah. Because sometimes that does happen, like I leave my phone and it just like hits the spacebar or some shit. But yeah, it's all good. Alright, more body slam. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be busy. I'm gonna be going out of town. And then Sunday morning I'm gonna head out. So it's somewhat of a busy weekend. Yesterday I almost, like, I was aware about Pokemon Day, but I wasn't aware of, like, what day I was even on yesterday. Like, if you asked me yesterday and you asked me, like, oh, what day is it, you know, besides being Thursday, I wouldn't know what to say if it's like, oh, February 26th. Like, that's what I mean. So I didn't realize Pokemon Day was coming up, if that makes sense. But they didn't even change any of the text in the trade room on the PC. It asks to check your link cable of your GBA if you are having issues connecting to others. Yeah, I didn't think they would. I mean, maybe there's small text changes once you complete the trade to home. Or maybe not. I have no idea. I guess not. Yeah. Did you already transfer something into home already? Oh wow, did they turn it off? I don't hear anything anymore. 7536. But yeah, that's what I got in store in the weekend. And yeah, like I thought for some reason, like, I don't know, I forgot that Pokemon Day was gonna be on a Friday, I guess. Like, sometimes I lose track of my days. Like, this week and last week's been kind of weird for me, so I just lost track of all that. No, I was just curious about what it would say if I tried trades, since you can only do local trades. Oh. Well, I didn't know you could do local trades. I'm still a bit hesitant on the whole backup plan that I have, just to catch all the Pokemon in Xenoverse on my other file. It's like, that just, it feels like it's just more costly hours to do what I want. Because all that is gonna take at least 6 hours, maybe even 8 hours, maybe even more. To even get to the point where it's like, okay, now I'm ready to hunt for Eevee. That just sounds like a fucking lot. But I was gonna play it a couple days ago, but I never got around to it. But I was tempted to do it though. I was just like in the mood to play it for long periods of times. It's just like the fucking Xenoverse page is kind of weird because it's like it takes like 2/3 of the screen, so it's not like I could watch something and then like play this at the same time, because I can't even move this window. And I'm worried even if I do move the window that it's gonna fuck up the way I set up all the other stuff, like the recording and streaming and stuff like that. So I just don't even attempt it. So, I don't know. I mean, there is the other option. If I use like the other mode, I can move that window however way I want. It's just a bit more primitive. It's like the previous versions or whatever. But we'll see. I mean, that would be the other way to do it. Let's see here. How long ago did you start the whole Fire Red run anyway? Like, soon after the video was over? Or did you... When was the... like... Was it available as soon as the, like, Nintendo Direct was over? Because I know pre-sales was already a thing, unless you already had, like, bought it in the pre-sales. Pretty much right before your stream. Oh, okay. So you're before like the first gem or after the second or something? Let's see here. So 542. You could pre-order, but it was available after the direct. Yeah, that's what I figured. Like they go like, oh, it's online now or whatever. I thought the Game Boy with the music's pretty cool, but I don't think it has much use. Because you got like 45 cartridges that are like red and blue, which makes me believe it's all like it's not an even number, so it's all like there has to be more red cartridges or more blue cartridges, because it's like 45 of them. So I don't know. It's definitely a collector's item. Yeah, I mean it's something I would have, but I don't know. They could have had something that was like, I don't know. Cause is it just cartridge that could just play a 2-minute song and that's it, or what? And that's the part I didn't get. Or do they have multiple songs at a time? There's this channel that, like, whenever I want the computer still on, I put on music. Like, you know, when I'm not leaving the room for long periods of times and I want my computer not to go to sleep mode or whatever. And I know I could switch it, that's my understanding. I know I could switch it to keep the computer on or whatever, but I just prefer it that way because sometimes I do want it to go to sleep mode. But like, I leave the music on like this channel, and I know because Pokemon Day was coming up, they were gonna do something pertaining to like a Fire Red music 24/7 thing, like a radio, and a Leaf Green one, and they were having like their own 8-bit music or whatnot. Let's see here. 544. Okay, okay. Well, at least the guy is gone, and he was just here for like 3 minutes, maybe more. I thought he would do other bushes, but I guess just I don't know. It feels like he didn't go far for sure. Don't fully understand, but whatever. Okay, we'll see how long we could play for though. We got pretty much about 6 hours to go. It came to my attention that Patreon is changing some stuff with them. It was interesting, like the third party of Patreon, because I didn't even know they were involved, but it's because I got a Gmail saying something pertaining to Patreon that was like, oh, Apple is changing the way Patreon is working things, I guess. Because Patreon, you would pay something, you know, for their tiers or whatnot, but they're changing it to a subscription thing, I guess. And I have to rework my Patreon anyway. For the page, because you know, even when I first wrote it, I'm all like, there has to be some changes for stuff that I could, you know, see myself doing, because I didn't know what to put. And like reading it back, I'm like, yeah, I won't be able to do like most of this shit. So the subscription part is gonna help me like figure that stuff out. I just have to still like work it to, you know, get there. Like eventually when the channel come back, I'll figure something out to do this. I just don't know what's a feasible subscription to do that on. So that's something I'm gonna have to work on. I don't know if anybody else had already completed their Patreon page themselves, like the new one, because they're gonna eventually also have to do this. But that's like the new thing. I don't know when the hell Apple was ever involved with Patreon, but it is, I guess. Let's see here. Because if it's subscription, I just feel like, you know, because I know there's people that are crazy enough to go on their Patreon and go like, oh, it's like $100 to be on tier 4 or some shit like that. But a subscription is all like, you're gonna have to pay that once a month and shit like that. And it's gonna be kind of harder to distinguish, you know? Oh crap, I ran out of moves. 7548. Patreon always seems to find ways to hurt people. Yeah. I don't even fully understand. There is one guy that did go on my Patreon and put in like $1, and I don't know what happened to that dollar. But that was like 2 years ago, 1 year ago. I really don't know. It wasn't too long ago, but what am I doing? What am I doing here? I'm trying to fly. Actually, why am I trying to fly? I'm trying to heal, that's what I'm doing. I completely forgot what I was doing, because I don't know. But yeah, I was a bit confused with the whole Patreon side of things. Because the dude did it, I was happy that he did it, you know. Because I was gonna... My original plan in Patreon was to play Donkey Kong Country blind, since I never played that game before, and then like have it on my Patreon, so that like when people pay $1, they could just have like the whole series. Because like YouTube's for free anyway, but I figured like I don't want to necessarily put Donkey Kong Country in my channel. I just was curious about it and wanted to play the Donkey Kong Country series. That I'm all like, this is a good way to put it and not officialize it in my channel. And I wasn't too comfortable putting like a blind playthrough if I like not ended up liking the game or whatnot. So I just thought this was a good medium. And you know, if people wanted to go on the Patreon to see and enjoy a whole series. I didn't even finish that series either. I did like 6 parts. Well, I think 9 technically. I don't know. There were some files that went corrupted, so I have to fucking fix it if I do go back to it. But it's not a long game, and I picked the wrong version of it. Because I picked the Game Boy version. And the only reason I picked it is because, like, the only thing I looked at when I was deciding which one to get, it said that the Game Boy one had more levels. And that's literally the only reason I picked it. I might end up playing the SNES version or the NES version, whatever it is, like anyway, eventually. But yeah, I was playing the Game Boy version, and I don't know how far I am, because that was like a few years ago. Anyway, though, yeah, so somebody that had, like, you know, went into Patreon, they did that, and I was like, oh, thanks, man, I appreciate it. And yeah, I don't know what happened to that person. Like, even checking on my Patreon the other day when I was telling you about the whole Apple thing, like, I don't know if they just put them on the free side, or I don't know. It says 1 on the free side, and then nothing else. And I swear, like, a couple months before that, or a couple months after that, or whatever the fuck, when the guy first signed in, he like removed himself or refunded the $1. I'm not too sure. I don't know. Regardless, I didn't end up getting that $1 at all, so I'm not sure what the hell happened there. But yeah, that's my TED Talk with Patreon. That was my whole Patreon experience. I still gotta play Donkey Kong Country regardless. I don't have the ways to edit it though. I would just have the recording sitting on my PC. I wanted to play other games too and put it on my Patreon. I wanted to play Pokemon Brown, put it as a Nuzlocke. It's like the prequel to Pokemon Prism. And like maybe some other things that I had planned for. I don't know. I think it would be it's kind of in a weird way a second channel, but not really. It might have come at the end of the month. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm sure if I dig down deep enough, I'll find the information somewhere. I don't know if it'll tell me on the Patreon page or if I have to find it in my Gmail or something. It was something like that. Because I click on members and it doesn't pop up anything. So I have no idea. Yeah, regardless, I have to rework it, figure out, you know, a good medium to be like, okay, this is a good price range for the subscription where it's not too crazy and it makes sense. Like regardless, I wanted the, you know, again, like $1 for like the whole series of that blind playthrough to be a thing. Like I feel like that was fair enough to do. Like I always wanted it to be $1 range. I don't know about $1 subscription though, cause like I don't know. I guess technically I could, but in theory that's more expensive than what I did before that, because it's $1 and then that's it for good. And in this case you have to pay $1 a month if you're just trying to watch the one series, and you know, once you get to the second month and then the third month is another $1. It's like, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. I also put in the Patreon, it said you know, the end of the credits and stuff like that to put stuff. I wasn't too sure about that, because I know a lot of people do it. That's why I put it in there and, like, you know, put it in text and then put it in fancy text and thank them and stuff. Sometimes the outro pages could be a bit messy with the, like, a bunch of stuff jumbled up. I can't think of anything that would make it more better than that. I don't know, I'm not sure. Unless I put that in a separate page. I don't know. Like, I like it, but at the same time I don't like it. Only because it's just like, I don't know, it's a lot. Like, I see a lot of YouTubers put that and it scrolls really fast, or just like one random page. There's like a few channels that I feel like do it well. I know that some people, they, you know, especially the certain PokeTubers, like when they have like the Patreons, they have like special text, and then they got the Pokemon that they choose right next to it. I thought that was pretty cool. That's kind of what I was trying to go for, but I don't know. I'll try to workshop something. 75, 55. But yeah, like Pokemon Brown and stuff. I was considering as well Pokemon Ash Gray, but like just a normal playthrough rather than a Nuzlocke, because it wouldn't make sense to do a Nuzlocke on that, because it's supposed to be Ash's journey. But the Ash Gray would have to be more heavily edited. It's common when you don't have many. Slow credits are easy, but if you are a channel like CoffeeZilla that has thousands of patrons, you gotta compromise. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like for those, for the ones that has like a lot of Patreons, like that's a lot of credit and stuff. So yeah, I'll think of something. I mean, it's not like my Patreon's like, you know, busting or anything, but because there's a dude that works for Patreon that he's gonna be a busy fellow because he's gonna have to workshop with a lot of people on Patreons because they said like, oh well, they'll see if that's a good price range to do and stuff. Yeah, because some stuff that I put on there, like, you know, when I first typed it, and you know, hindsight's always 20/20. Because when I was reading it back, I read it, I'm like, I put behind the scenes. I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to do behind the scenes. I don't have like a real camera to show what's going on. If I had to guess, they probably have a script or something that reads and spits out names into certain formats, so it isn't that much work. It's not. I mean, it's fairly easy to like. Well, when I had Premiere, there, like, cause I make text like that, for, you know, cause when I'm playing Blue Rescue Team for Mystery Dungeon, I always put the Pokemon that are available at a certain location, and sometimes there's a lot, and then I just like type it in this one thing, and there's like a credit rolls function in the text, and I just cut it off at some point, and I try to evenly space it and try to do my best on it. The easiest way that I do it, I just like literally put a green screen and then have the words right there and just have like it scroll up, because if I just do it then and there within the edit, it's gonna look all weird and distorted. I don't know, it's just easier for me to have like a green screen block and have those words and then just ultra key it out. But that's what I did it, so I just, you know, pick the pace of how slow I want it and then just make it smaller and put it on the side. And yeah, you would just have to highlight the text if you want it to change, you know, if it's a different color or whatever. I don't know, I mean, since I'm doing the green screen thing, I guess technically I could just like put a Pokemon next to it and then also make it float up in the green screen, I guess. And that's how I do it, because I was gonna say I don't know how I would put the Pokemon and follow them up there, because that would be more work, is making the Pokemon follow the text. That's the only part I don't know, and that's gonna be harder and more noticeable as a fuck up. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. The only thing is with like, I don't remember what channel it is, but the same person that put the Pokemon right next to their name, I noticed that some people has the same Pokemon as others, and that's the only thing that I like very minorly don't like, because I'm all like, you know, if a Pokemon's taken, like I know there's 1,025 and theoretically you could get more than 1,025 people in your Patreons, but like I feel like, I don't know, I wouldn't like that. Like if I have like 17 Charizards or something like that for people that wants to be them, because they could also become like a shiny Pokemon or like a different form or something like that. I still don't remember what channel it was. It's either, I want to say Purple Cliff, but I don't think it's him. I don't think he does Patreon. It's something like that. I don't remember if I mentioned it though, for the members only eventually, because I do want to eventually do that. and have like member-only videos. The idea for that I have, I mean, what's the last stream or the stream before I mentioned it? I don't know. The idea I had then is that like I wanted to play certain games with retro achievements on. Like for example, like yellow, red, or blue, or something like that. That's like a first series for members only. And like for retro achievements, like it's like a website that, you know, just like in Xbox and PlayStation, when you play a game, you get accomplishments. And since the Nintendo didn't have that, retro achievements is just a website that has like a plugin for that. And I always thought that was pretty cool when the people did videos on them. And I wanted to do like, you know, a playthrough of me doing that, but you know, for every part have like a certain time limit. Maybe the time limit would be like 25 minutes, and in those 25 minutes, if I don't succeed in an achievement, have, you know, one of my Patreons suggest challenges for me to do to make like a fake, you know, accomplishment, so to speak. You know, just like making up days like happy Lake Berrickson Day or something like that. But you know, I'm trying to say as an example in a way that's like, oh well, there's no accomplishment in this episode. Okay, well the mission and the achievement that you have to do is, you know, XYZ. Just catch this Pokemon within the time limit, or I don't know, whatever challenge it would be. Because yellow version, it would be pretty easy, because most of the first couple missions would be like making Pikachu happy or sad or whatever, and then talking to him. But like later in the episodes, you would have to figure something out to get a retro achievement, and like I could guarantee that not all the episodes would have one available, or like for red version or blue version or whatever. But yeah, the Patreons would vote or say which one that I should do had I, you know, meet the time limit and don't achieve it. But I don't know, I thought that was a pretty good idea. And then like I would play other games once I finish Red, Blue, and Yellow. Maybe games I already played, like Mario 64 again. Even though that's going to be a huge pain in my ass, because I would have to do the Green Demon Challenge all over again. But you know, that as an example. Like, I think that would be a pretty good idea for member videos once I hit that. I just don't know what's the requirement. I think I have to have like 1,000 subscribers and like certain amount of views pertain to shorts and regular videos. So I'm pretty close. It's just like I got a pretty low view count. That's the only problem I got. The streams are, I think they're technically helping out with that in a way. So I'm not too far off. Like once I make a comeback on the channel, it's just gonna end up being a tiny bit better afterwards. I just don't know what other challenges I would do, and I don't know if it's acceptable to do other games while I'm playing Pokemon Yellow, Red, and Blue that makes sense pertain to you know, Red, Blue, and Yellow, I guess. Like, you know, as an example, like Pokemon Stadium, do something related to them because they associate with Red, Blue, and Yellow so much. Or something related to a Pokemon pertain to that episode that has something to do with some other game. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I mean, then it wouldn't be an achievement for Yellow or Red or Blue itself, but I don't know. I'm sure I'll think of something. I usually always come up with something at some point. I did submit my idea of the conlog to GDQ. I don't know if they'll accept it, because I did do that to PAX a couple years ago and they never accepted it, but maybe GDQ might, I don't know. I think it honestly would do better in GDQ than it would in PAX, because PAX only gives like a window for like an hour or two, and I don't think that's enough time. I need like a good 3 hours or something for the whole conlock idea. It'd be pretty cool, especially with the incentives. I think it's more made for GDQ, to be honest. Wait, so how far are you currently in the game for you? Are you still before the first gem, or are you after the first gem? Or where are you in the game? In my mode, okay. Yeah, as I mentioned, when I was playing Fire Red, like a good strategy that I came up with when I was doing the 50 Pokemon catch challenge was I evolved my... Well, I caught Caterpie and Weedle after Nugget Bridge because they're level 7 and they're easier to level up twice, just, or, you know, closer to level 10 just to get it to a Metapod to a Butterfree and so on. So yeah, Bulbasaur's kind of up here in the game. Yeah. Yeah, when I was doing the run and like when I had to go fast as I can, I ended up choosing Charmander because like I also used Bulbasaur at first, like doing this like the speed run. But like a lot of the bug catchers slow me down unless I had other Pokemon, because Bulbasaur had like a lot of support moves. Cause he did have tackle, but like, you know, once I get low enough on health, cause there's like a shit ton of bug catchers, that I don't know, it wasn't going as fast as I did as opposed to like a Charmander that like wrecked through all the bug catchers. And like, you know, I had a... Damn, I keep doing that. I did have to get a Mankey just to, you know, solve the other problem to take care of like Brock and shit. But yeah, Charizard's typically good at for E4 if I recall correctly. Yeah, for the most part. Lorelai's gonna be a bit of a struggle, but yeah. But Bulbasaur getting status moves so early game is insane. Yeah, no, he has a shit ton for sure. Quite a bit. I mean, it'll help you in your run regardless. You have Sleep Powder and, you know, Leech Seed and such. Yeah. Because in my run I use Paris, surprisingly enough. Because at first I only caught it just to level it up quick just into a Parasect, and then that's it. But then I ended up using it because it learned Spore. And I was like, oh shit. And it did well against certain gym leaders. But like when I use it in my in the Versus Royale, it fucking failed me. I'm like, bro, what the hell? Like, at the most momentous occasion, it just loses. Currently swap training Magikarp as I'm going through. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know how you feel about the idea of like the whole retro achievements with like, you know, red, blue, and yellow thing. I don't know what other missions I would make up for the achievements, but yeah, that's the plan at first, like first 25 minutes, and then timer runs out. If I don't have it, I'll just make up an achievement. They seem alright. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting. Because I might end up doing the red and blue also. I think you need to play with it. Yeah, that's the whole reason why I wanted to, because I already played yellow version as my first Let's Play, and I didn't hear about retro achievements till fairly recently, and I wanted to play them with them on, because like watching the other people with their video, because some of the achievements are crazy to achieve, because like one of them is like beat the Elite Four and Champion with just Pikachu, and that's fucking crazy. Like, it's insanely crazy, because you would have to get your Pikachu at like at least level 89 to make it work. So I'm not looking forward to that, but yeah, or I forget what level he had it, but it was a lot. Because I saw this channel, I think it was called like something Juice Box, Nostalgic Juice or something like that, and yeah, I think it would almost work better as a blackout format, like in the Minecraft Bingo versus. I don't know that format. Minecraft Bingo versus? Are you talking about actual Minecraft or the versus channel? Because I hadn't seen either of that pertaining to Minecraft. Let's see here. I don't know, there's like so much I wanted to play. It doesn't help that I'm like watching all these series, because I also wanted to play like a bunch of randomizers too. I'm like trying to be patient at the same time, because I also wanted to play Master Quest, and I feel like that's more a priority to do with Ocarina of Time, and then eventually do randomizers. And then there was also the idea of like certain Zelda games like Ocarina of Time to do like a perma heart run, where like somehow I get 20 hearts at the start of the game, and then every heart that I lose, because I think they also call that hero mode, but like every heart that I lose is just permanent, and then I have to beat the game with all that. So I could only afford like, you know, like 80 hits or something throughout the whole game or some shit like that, I don't know. Which is very easy, especially with Volvagia if he hits you or some shit. So there's a Minecraft competition where you and a challenger get a bingo sheet. It will list items and objectives ranging from easy to hard. When someone completes an objective, the other can't. Well, that I guess, because you put bingo first, yeah. I mean, that would require a second person for sure, yeah. So then you end up with the blackout where the board is filled with both players completing the objectives. If you win, you win if you filled more of the board. Okay. I think I kind of see some variation of that with Pokemon 7 and MJ TV with like some of their Pokemon competitions they've been doing. I mean, yeah, that's another idea for sure in the future. Yeah, because that's more of a collabing thing, but I hadn't had... There was one dude I was gonna collab with, but he like completely dropped it. He became successful on YouTube. Well, more successful than me at least. 75-74. They did something similar in the most recent GDQ using Monster Hunter as the game. Yeah, because I was gonna collab with Deadbed Spread, but he was like on the rise, like his content started taking off, so he got a bunch of more subscribers. Because I was gonna do like a Pokemon Showdown thing with him with Civil War. Well, that's what I called it, was Civil War. Just like have all the Pokemon split it in half, and then like we were gonna battle each other and add lifelines and shit. But yeah, I don't know. It just didn't work out. Yeah, like there's some stuff I always wanted to do, as well as like Versus and Soul Link and stuff like that. Let's see here. 75-76. Hopefully I didn't make too many mistakes counting, because the dude that was cutting the bushes, I feel like I might have miscounted then, because I walked away, and when I came back I counted it, or whatever. I've wanted to do a Soul Link of Black and White 2. Yeah, I mean, Black and White 2 is pretty tough, yeah. Seems like it would be the most suspenseful game. Oh crap. I remember a relative that was like doing it with Heart Gold and Soul Silver, but like he's not like a content creator, so he had to make like a ghetto version setup of making his game. Like, I don't know how to describe it, because you know how people had like their emulators and they would just record their screens and stuff? Like, he doesn't have that. He doesn't have a screen recorder or anything like that, no capture device. So he had a, like, I think he used his phone or some camera, so it's able for the other guy to put it on his Twitch or something, because they were like, you know, they're really good friends and stuff, and they asked each other to do like, I think like a 3-way Soul Link or something like that. So yeah, I like looked at it, but I guess I stood there for too long, because my relative looked at me, he's like, "You mind not staring at my setup?" I'm like, "Oh shit, my bad." Made him feel uncomfortable and insecure about it, because I never seen anything like it. I was like trying to figure out what it was. That's rough, yeah. But I mean, it was a good idea. Like when they were doing the Heart Gold and Soul Silver, maybe not so much the setup, but like when they were playing it, I'm all thinking in my head like Heart Gold and Soul Silver is a really good game to do a Soul Link with 3 people, because like, you got the starter Pokemon that you could go. Everybody's got to get their own starter mons. Eventually, you could go to Violet City. You could get your like Marie, Slugma, and Wooper egg. You know, get that out the way. Down the line, eventually, you could get an Eevee and choose like a different evolution. Like, I just thought so many of these things works out, especially like, you know, if they were playing Storm Silver or Sacred Gold, they could also choose different starters and like make their Soul Link work better as well. Like, I don't know, there's just so many options, and there's like enough Pokemon to always have like different kinds, kind of. I don't know, like the first couple routes is gonna be rough, because you know there's just Pidgeys and Rattatas and Sentries and Hoppips and shit, but you know. But yeah, it piqued my interest. 7581. Let's see here. I also back then watched the Rival Lock, and more than half the time I forget what it even is, because I watched Shady Penguin and Mr. Talent do it. I'm pretty sure what it is for the Rival Lock, I swear it's just like you pick one Pokemon after the gym leader, and then you just battle one-on-one, and then like if the person wins, then they just continue. If they lose, then that Pokemon's considered dead or some shit like that, and they can't repeat their Pokemon for the next gym leader rival battle or something. I forget. And then like I think after the champion is like you know, the last survivor mons that beats the champion versus like the other team or something. I think a 3-way archipelago for Pokemon games would be funny. I've never played any archipelago games besides Pokemon Archipelago. I don't fully understand what it is, because I know Tyler talks about it all the time, like attacking toucans. because like he likes randomizers, so he played Ocarina of Time randomizers. And then there was a period in time recently where he kept talking about Archipelago, and I never really knew what it was. I just think it's like it's like a more organized randomizer or something. I'm not truly sure. I was gonna watch what it was in the future, because like I've been watching a lot of them lately. But yeah, you just have items shuffled between your game and other games that other people are playing. I mean, if you get those items in a different game, how would it work in the game that it is in that you're not playing? Or something. I don't know. I never really truly know. Some people set them up for themselves, so they just have multiple games shuffled with each other. Oh. I know that like a lot of randomizers, they made it so like it's always possible to beat the game. Unless you like screwed yourself over or something. They get sent to the correct game. Okay. Well, the three-way archipelago. What? Never mind. I was gonna say if it's like against them, but no, it would be for themselves, right? For like the individual. So there's often situations where a game is soft locked until the item they need is found in another game. That would be the worst case scenario for content creation. Like if you're just stuck, it's like, oh, there's nothing I could do, and then the other people keeps progressing. Like that's worst case scenario. Because I can imagine that myself in that scenario, like you said, like in Black 2 and White 2, like if I was still in like the first part where, you know, around the Pokestar Studio section, and I'm stuck on that island because I can't go on that boat because I don't have a certain thing, and then everybody else is progressing and shit like that. I can imagine that scenario. It's like there's literally nothing I can do else. Let's see here. Yeah, because with all the Zelda randomizers that I've seen, like obviously I know that like Pokemon has randomizers, but the way Pokemon does randomizers and the way Zelda does randomizers are like two different things. Because, you know, we go on the grass and we have different Pokemon, like that's normal. But like the way Zelda does randomizers is like key items within the game. And I imagine that's the case for like certain Pokemon games too. Like, oh, the server's gonna get shuffled around somewhere else. Like, I never tried that, and I don't know how well it would be. Let's see. So there's often situations where a game is soft locked until the items they find is another game. It depends by game. If a game has a lot of checks in it, it will often have unlocks required for other people. Those are set up to not total soft lock though. Okay. Yeah, because there's also Donkey Kong 64 randomizer. Because I saw that on GDQ and that piqued my interest too. I was like, oh, that looks pretty cool. Some of the mods that like was going in that game was the only thing that didn't interest me, because I'm all like, they got certain characters with gigantic heads, and I'm like, I kind of don't want that to happen. I mean, I like everything else. Let's see here. 7588. I mentioned this already, but yeah, I put in the thumbnail beta Suicune pretty much, because it's related to evolutions because of the whole theory is my only logic. Because I already used all the evolutions and I also used the shiny forms. So here I am, using Suicune and eventually Raikou and Entei. So that's my logic. Let's see. 7589. Unless I catch a shiny Pokemon, which will change the thumbnail, I think. Unless I save that for the next one, I don't know. It'd be weird either way. But yeah, same premise with like the Mario 64 when it comes to like Pokemon, Zelda, and Mario, pretty much the triangle, I guess. All of them have different ways of having randomizers happen. Because in Mario games, you could literally have stars. That's like the easiest shit to get, that all you have to do is just go there. And you know, some of the more difficult stars, you have to do specific ass jumps and like certain techniques to get it done. It like ranges, it just really depends, but like, I don't know. Because I know that there was like the Iron Mario challenge. I've seen that. I don't think that interests me too much, but I don't know. A lot of the Iron challenges doesn't interest me. Even the Pokemon one didn't interest me too much. It's just too much fucking rules stacked upon another rule. I don't like that shit. Because the Kaizo Ironman is just, I don't know. It doesn't sound fun to me. It's like, oh, you have to use one Pokemon and you can't change it, but like you can one time, and it can't be certain stats, and it can't be this, and it can't be that. You can learn all these moves, but you can't learn certain moves, and it's like too much. It's like fucking, what the fuck happened to just playing? The Iron Mario is a bit more simplified, but it's still fucking like, I don't know. Oh, that reminds me. I guess technically I did watch an Archipelago literally yesterday, but I didn't know what the fuck was going on, to be honest. I felt so stupid. Part of the reason why is because like I saw this dude that was streaming. I think it was yesterday at least. I don't know. I get my days blurred because it was like the nighttime. But he played Zelda Ocarina of Time, and he made it so he has to beat 100 worlds. And yeah, that's basically what it is. He shuffles through the 100 worlds, he gets certain items, he goes through it really fast, and like he's wearing the bunny hood at all times, but it's invisible. But I didn't know that till like 45 minutes later or whatever the hell. Because I'm thinking like, oh, I don't know how he's running fast, I don't know if he's just fast forwarding it or some shit. But he just has it. And he's just like, I don't know, it was going way faster than what I saw Attacking Toucans do when he's doing his randomizers. Because he's doing all routine stuff. Like he's going past the trees and pots that he always goes to. And by the time he gets to a certain point, he just leaves the game and then he goes to a different file. Oh, W95. And then he goes to a new world with a new costume and stuff like that. It's so hard to fucking keep track of what the hell's going on. And every time he goes to a new world, all the items from the previous world goes to him. It was just overwhelming amount of information. I felt stupid if I were to ask. I'm like, what's going on? But yeah, he has like a legit 100 worlds, and I think he could cheese it, or maybe they're like just memeing and saying they're trying to find cheese, but like the Triforce pieces, Because that's what I'm not sure about. It's either they're talking about the Triforce piece looking like cheese, or if they're actually trying to cheese the game by, like, you know, finding a shortcut to pass it or whatever. Sounds awful. I mean, it looks like he's enjoying himself. He's already 22 hours in. He was streaming earlier, like, when he was going, when Pokemon announcement was happening, I saw that he was streaming again. I think it said 22 hours, I really don't know. When I joined the stream, it was like 4 hours in. But it was like the 4th stream, so yeah, I don't know. He plays longer than I do, it seems like about 5-6 hours per stream, if I'm doing the math right. So yeah, I have no earthly idea what the fuck's going on with this game. And he has some stuff that kind of shortcuts certain stuff too, because I don't think they're normally in a regular randomizer, I don't think, because there's some stuff on the trees that notify him if it's a good item or not, or like certain treasure chests, because I know that's a feature you could turn on. They call the pieces of the Triforce in Wind Waker cheese, since it looks like it's a split apart. Okay, I was just making sure, yeah, because every time they said cheese, because, like, okay, hear me out, because, like, I was also confused in it because there are certain runs in randomizers that you could just get 20 pieces of the Triforce, and if you find it, the game just ends in Ocarina time. And I found it so anticlimactic because I saw it happen twice already, and so, like, in my head, it makes sense to also call it cheese because you're cheesing the game doing that. Because you don't even need to do all the other requirements in getting the medallions, or even if you have the bridge open, you don't need to beat Ganondorf. You just beat the game. And so, like, I kind of also kind of, through context, was all like, oh, well, that's why I was a bit confused on why they call it cheese. Because I heard it before, yeah, people called the Triforce like just, you know, pieces of cheese. But the way they used it through context, I'm all like, both definitions make sense to me. But it's still confusing to me at the same time. That's where I'm getting at. 7597. No, but I always thought that the Triforce hunt in the randomizer was the more boring setup. They also have Skull Sanity, where, like, you find tokens within treasure chests too. And then, like, when you kill the spiders, they also drop items. I prefer to mix around where the gold Skulltulas are hiding somewhere else, because I find that more interesting. But I've never seen anybody do that option. I just hear people talk about it. I think they call it the Skullmarizer or something like that, rather than Token Sanity or whatever, or Skull Sanity. But I don't see it as an option in the thing. I hope there is, because if I were to do a randomizer, I'm turning that shit on. I want to see all the gold Skulltulas in different areas. I find that more interesting. I know Master Quests are in different spots within the dungeons, and that's it, just the dungeons themselves, so I don't know. I still find it weird that, like, Lord Jabu Jabu in Master Quest, like, they have a bunch of cows everywhere in place of the switches. Like, that's very bizarre to me. But yeah. But yeah, I know in Wind Waker, that's the term they use all the time for the Triforce, is calling it the big cheese and stuff. And we got 7,600, we got 400 more to go. We could do it. I don't know if we could do it in like 5 hours, but we'll do our best effort. Because I average like 60 odyshes per hour, which is like 1 per minute basically. So if we get lucky and get to 400 more, then we're good. It doesn't exactly equate if you think about it. I go a little bit over 60. Sometimes I get lucky and find like 75 an hour. It just depends. I don't know. Let's see here. I hadn't seen a Majora's Mask randomizer though. I feel like it'd be interesting. It's the time thing is gonna be the weird part about it. I might have seen a Wind Waker randomizer. I don't remember. I was thinking to myself earlier today, for Link, like, the way he looks, and like, you know, if there was a game like, and you could customize your Link or whatever, that, you know, since all the Links look a bit different in every game, that, what would they... Not really what would they look like, but like just seeing them from all different games, if they were usable, that you could switch to your character if you want, or if you're trying to custom. So like you get the Ocarina of Time kid, the adult, you get the original Link that has brown hair. There's the adult Link with brown hair in Twilight Princess. Link to the Past has pink hair. Like that, pretty much. There's Toon Link with this Hey Arnold head. And then, like, there's the other side of it too, like Dark Link, or like the fucking Stalfos Link from Twilight Princess as well, or Ravio from, like, Link Between Worlds. Like, that stuff that I was thinking to myself, I don't know what the Link with pink hair looks like though, art-wise, because I know what he looks like within the game, but all the other characters have arts that's easier to distinguish. I don't know if I ever saw art with the pink haired one though. I'm not sure what other Links I can make different. Like the Hyrule Warriors Link is somewhat different. It's like Link that's wearing a green tunic, but he has like blue a little bit and some chainmail. And then there's Breath of the Wild Link that's wearing blue. Link in Skyward Sword that has a bit more light green, and like the colors are a bit different. I don't know why I want to say that. It was like bright yellow or brown hair, I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen Skyward Sword. And then there's Spirit Tracks with Conductor Link. I don't know, I was just thinking to myself, like, all the available Links, if there was like that, it's like, oh, choose your Link, and then you just do that. I just thought it was interesting. I'm trying to get Clefairy, it's refusing to come out. My best spot to get Clefairies is like if you go towards where that Team Rocket is before the fossils, right underneath the underpass. I don't know how to describe it, but basically you pass one of the rocket grunts that has like the Raticate, and then you go up on this one thing, up the stairs, you turn right, then you go down, then you go left. That underside thingy is the spot I always find Clefairies. And then you go up and then you see another Team Rocket, then you turn right. There's a hidden moonstone on the right, and then there's the Fossil Maniac. The underpass I keep talking about is the spot I always find Clefairies in, so I always go left and right there. That's where I personally always find them. I don't know if I'm describing it right, but basically, yeah, okay, so if I was the Team Rocket that I'm talking about, with the fossils being up there, it would be... crap. That's not a good way. I'm trying to use my character as a map. Like this underside, this part right here. And then you would walk up and then the Team Rock is like down looking at you like this. And then there's some extra area that's up there. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, it's on the second down floor where you're talking about with the 6% chance. Yeah. I commonly find them there all the time. Like, I didn't find a Clefairy last time I went there because I had a shitty run that time, but literally every other time I played the game, I always find it in that spot. That's my hot spot, finding Clefairies. But it's always after the rocket that has like the level 16 Raticate or whatever level he is. I haven't got down where the pairs that are like level 12 or 14 because that's what screwed me over last time. But there's like a high level Paris that I was trying to find, and I had to resort to catching a level 8 one, and it screwed me over because I needed those levels. That was like 6 good levels I could have had in the beginning of the game. That's precious. Or no, I can't even count. 4 levels I meant. It was either level 12 or 14, I don't remember. I think there's level 12 Parises, unless it is level 14. I don't know, it's been a while since I looked at the Bulbapedia. Does the fossil room count as the second floor down? Or no? I'm not sure. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. $76.10. I was trying to do a good strategy by catching Abra, because I think there was like level 13 Abras in the grass. I think it was like there's Route 6 and then Route 7. The grass closer to Bill's house has the Abra that's like 1 level higher or some shit like that. And I was trying to use a repel to find myself an Abra and just throw a Pokeball and hope to get lucky. Because really there's no better strategy on catching an Abra because they're too fast to status. At least in the beginning of the part of the game, like, you know. But yeah, that was the type of strategies I was doing. I was trying to think of level and convenience and stuff like that. Okie dokie. Oh, also today's the day of the Legends ZA versus Royale on my King Corfish channel. It's probably live right now, I have no idea. I saw him live earlier, I didn't watch him yet though. I forgot to watch that one video I was meant to a while ago. Oh well. Oh god, I still feel a bit tired. I hadn't slept properly. I went to sleep before 1:30 and I woke up at 5. I had less than 4 hours of sleep. So I'm a bit fucked up. Okay, we can do these moves now. 76-12. remember if I'm pretty sure it was in Black 2 and White 2 though. I have seen somebody play a Soul Link in there, and that might be the Soul Link that I saw. It was like Nexus and Sacred, but like they both straight up just cheated in that Soul Link. Because I talked about it before in stream, in the early streams. I know this because I had rewatched it recently. But as a spoiler alert, they ran into an Arceus and Kyurem Black. Not as a first encounter, they just ran into him in the grass. And they both decided, fuck it, we're both catching it. And yeah, that's how they cheated. Because they didn't even hesitate. But it was on that route by the 7th gym where like the east side had like, you know, it depends on the seasons, but like it's all like glazed over with ice, or sometimes it's just all water puddles. It's the spot where you see Stunfisk and shit. It was around there in that route, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I always use them as examples on cheating and Nuzlocke and stuff. I was like, wow. Yeah, because the last stream I talked about, well, besides Chocokondra, I also talked about Aaron from the Game Grumps, because they had their Grump Block and everything. And the only difference with the Grump Block, it's a watered down version of a Nuzlocke. They don't have the blackout rule where, like, you know, if all their Pokemon faint, like all 6 in their party, they can still get more Pokemon in the PC, which is fine because people played that way before that are PokeTubers like Hoodlum's Crafty and stuff. Like, he sometimes does the PC rule. And he still has like his naming Pokemon and stuff like that. He did make it a rule, I don't know if I mentioned it last time, but to fight every Pokemon he sees, no matter what, or whatever trainer or whatever kind. Except he already broken that rule, because I swear I saw him run from Pokemon, so it's a rule that he clearly forgotten. But besides that, the worst rule of them all, besides the first encounter of every route to catch the Pokemon, he goes into the grass and he just chooses what he wants, and then he catches it. So yeah, that's what he does. So even if the first encounter is a Bidoof, if he doesn't want it, he doesn't catch it. You know, if he so happens to run into the Shinx and Starly, or if he goes out of his way to find that Shinx or Starly, he'll choose either of those. So yeah, that was kind of that. So yeah, it's a watered down version of a Nuzlocke. He's not very good at Pokemon games. 76, 17. Dupe's Claws is OP for those that know how to use it too. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I've used Dupe's Claws and to help me out before. You know, I use it to my advantage. Oh, also, like, I've seen people also use, like, the other side of Dupe's Claws as well. Because there's both ways. That, like, there's one way that I've used it before. Like, I had Tokenmons before that, like, I got to use my token because, like, I purchased from, like, the game corner, and I know that there's, like, a rare Pokemon at a certain spot, and then I turn my token in, then try to find the Pokemon, and all the Pokemon in that place besides the rare Pokemon is Pokemon I have caught before, so I use Dupe's Claws up until I find that rare Pokemon. I've done that. And then there's the other side of it. I remember seeing Nappy when he played it, he caught multiple Magikarps and Gyarados. Oh, no, I don't think it was Magikarps. He just caught Gyarados over and over again because it helped him out in the game. I don't remember if that was Dark Rising or some other game, but that was the other side of Dupe's Claws being helpful. Dupes Plus can get you 1% counters with 100% certainty. It can? Wait, what example are you talking about? Like the Gyarados thing? I know that I think it was Sinnoh and Unova, right? The 1% level 100 Magikarps or Gyaradoses or whatever? Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about something else? It was something like that. I knew there was... well, I forget. It was something like that. I've seen it used in Safari Zones to get stuff like Dratinis. I mean, yeah, I mean, when I was in Safari Zone, that's usually what I would always go for, if not randomized. I hope I counted that. I don't know if I did or not. But that, I don't know if that's... I mean... It's Dupes Class if you had caught a Magikarp already, but I'm pretty sure like Good Rods and Super Rods... Well, I'm trying to remember, I think I use a Super Rod all the time to get Dratinis. Because like in Red and Blue, it was so easy for me to get a Dratini, because literally like the first water I see in the Safari Zone, I would stay there and just fish. But I usually did that in like a normal playthrough. I don't usually Nuzlocke the regular games all that much. Like very few times I do, but I never committed all the way through. Like very rarely I do, but I don't know. So, yeah, what I said earlier about the Dratinis, it wasn't pertaining to me in Nuzlocke. It was more so, just regular playthroughs. It's a good exploit. I like doing it. How most people abuse it by using repels in areas they want to save and encounter for later. Yeah. Well, I mean, I would say that the Dratini one's fair game because, like, you could just avoid the grass and just go to the water. I think you should only follow Dupes Clause if you catch everything when you can. Yeah. In Xenoverse, there's an example of that. The Spiritomb X, for whatever reason, they count that route, like the route where you got you get the retro Pichu, like that route and the route that has like the glitch tree counted as the same route. And when you go to the glitch tree route, you can find the Spiritomb X, which is a 1% mod, but like the other grass doesn't have it. I remember me doing that, where I avoided the grass and then went into the glitch tree on purpose because I didn't want the other encounter. There's that. Because there's certain games that has certain routes where like certain stuff isn't available till later. So like in that aspect, I know what you're talking about. But yeah, I don't know. Cause there's certain games that has like, you know, like the Pinwheel Forest, for example. Like there's the exterior and the interior, and technically it counts as the same route, even though obviously the outside of the forest and the inside of the forest are two different things. And I see people like count them separate, even though technicality they shouldn't. But like people like me, I count it as exterior and interior because they're clearly different routes. Or like Fire Red and Leaf Green, like the Viridian Forest, like the route before the forest and after the forest is apparently the same route. Sometimes I count it, sometimes I don't. I think when I did the leaf green Nuzlocke, I didn't count it, but I used a token on it anyway later. I forget what's another example, but you know, shit like that. Like, I wish certain routes didn't count separately. I base it off of what the where it was captured says. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if I did that in Prism. Cause yeah, I don't really Nuzlocke the regular game, or at least on the channel, or suppose. Like, I don't get too far into it, like I said, to commit enough. But like in the channel, like Leaf Green, I randomized it, so I don't even know where the Pokemon are. Like, that rare Pokemon I kept talking about is because I was already battling in the Pokemon Mansion and I saw it, and they like had a light bulb moment in my head, so I used tokens to try to get it. So there's that. But that's as far as it goes. For all the other Pokemon, like, they were all randomized. In Pokemon Prism, I'm not too familiar with certain Pokemon. There was certain mons I wanted, even in this game, in Xenoverse, that I wanted to get, that I didn't end up getting. Cause I wanted to get that, the one bird, the ground dark type. I didn't run into him, I ran into the bug instead. I'm kind of blanking on the names because it's been a while, but I'm sure I could just look at the Pokédex to find that information out. Let's see here. Yeah, because even in the route we're getting the Eevees, I was hoping for Eevees, except my dumbass was going there when it was nighttime, and I didn't know they were only available in the day. And they were also available later on the route. So there's a lot of factors. I didn't get them anyway, though. I think I also used a token to try to find it. It didn't work out clearly, but it's all good. Okie dokie. 76, 28. I think eventually when I do come back to the channel, I'm gonna have to rewatch the whole Xenoverse series so I remember everything. Cause I'm not gonna be able to. Like, I know most of the current stuff clearly, since I've been training my Pokemon up non-stop, slowly. But other stuff in the game I just don't remember. 76:29. It's only past 3 hours? What the fuck? Doesn't feel like 3 hours. Let's see. Yeah, I was considering playing Fire Red and doing a normal playthrough as well. Like, before the announcement that Fire Red and Leaf Green was even going on. But I decided against it because I, like, you know, besides me trying to get to 8,000 Odysseus, like, everybody else is probably playing Fire Red in their streams too. Like, even you're playing Fire Red right now, so I'm like, nah, I'll just finish the 8,000. I'll save the Fire Red playthrough for another rainy day. Because I'm sure they're gonna do the Versus Royale and I'll end up practicing it anyway, or just doing it again, I don't know. We'll see though. Oh, that's something I hadn't mentioned yet. I forgot to mention this since January, but the guy that made Pokemon Archipelago, he dropped out of the project. He said he lost all his motivation doing it, so he's not gonna do it, at least not for a long time. So yeah, he says he might eventually come back, but right now, yeah, he's like super unmotivated to work on the game, which is unfortunate. I was pretty excited with all the story stuff, but I kind of saw it coming a little bit, only because, like, you know, if it wasn't for me saying some stuff pertaining to the story to, like, get his attention, every now and then for like 2 weeks or a month or two or whatever, he just didn't say a word or anything, or, like, you know, ask us of stuff. So yeah, I don't know. And then that's when I, you know, pitched the idea to him, and then he got excited again and stuff like that. But if I don't say anything, like in the Discord, it would just be dry for like 2 weeks or a month or whatever. And since I always had, like, you know, rapid fire ideas and like kept telling it to him to a point where it's ad nauseum, that's the only time when the Discord was active. I felt like because of me keep talking to him. I mean, there was other people involved too, but I don't know. There was other people helping him out too, because there were like people like coming up with teams with certain trainers and shit like that, and they were also working on dialogue for a change for a while. It's just unfortunate that they stopped. Yeah. Feels kind of weird. And I was pretty excited for the pink Pokemon and stuff, and like I was excited for the idea of type Null being a thing, kind of expanding the character like they should have in Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Moon. Because I thought I came up with pretty good ideas with all these, like pink Pokemon and the Savialized stuff. I thought that was pretty good. Oh crap, I ran out of moves. Because the next idea I was going to pitch to him was Fava being the trainer's, like, dad or some shit, but I don't know how well that would fly. Alright, off to the Pokemon Center. The egg should hatch pretty soon. Actually, do I even... Yeah, I do have all the eggs. I feel like the egg will hatch soon. It feels like a long time since it hatched. And then it'd be 241. But yeah, if he does come back, it's gonna throw me off. It's like, I mean, I think I should have typed and texted to say that, like, oh, it's all good, you know, come back anytime, but I literally didn't say anything. I just read it. People were saying their byes, but I don't think it's, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of factors. I don't know what's going on with his real life. I almost said that I could imagine him coming back, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does, but I also wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't come back, because the fact that he was demotivated, you know, somebody that's unmotivated on something, it's kind of hard to come back to that sort of thing in the project, because you're going to move on to other things and it's just going to fade from your memory. At least that's the vibe I get. Like, you know, from my personal experience at least, like when I'm working on something, I'm not a person that gives up. You know, as an example, when I'm streaming, pretty much, like I hadn't been playing as often. Like, you know, from August I played almost every single weekday and stuff, and then like to a point where I was unmotivated and I didn't play every day and started fading more and more and more. But like I don't give up, but like that's just the reality of things. Sometimes it just fades away, and you know, because you just kind of slowly forget, or you just move on to other things and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm still gonna finish this run. It's just gonna take me some time. At least this is the second time this week that I played. I'm playing more often. Before remembering that it was Pokemon Day, I already decided to stream this Friday, so that's the good part about it. It's just gonna be pretty time-consuming killing the Zubats too, is the only thing. I have no idea. I am kind of interested though, if I do go to the other file and getting the 500 Eevees, how soon I would get it. Unless I just don't get it at all and it's worse luck than this file. That would suck ass. It's gonna take me fucking hours though. Okay. Did you get your Clefairy yet, or are you still looking for it? I hope you're at the underpass. I don't know if I described it well enough, because I try to use my character as a map. Because it's the same room where you get the fossils. It's just all the way down there in the south. 7640. I just encountered it. Oh, okay, cool. Hopefully at the spot I was talking about. I don't know. Oops. I think I literally found over 100 months before my encounter. Yeah. I still cannot believe it took me so long to find the shiny Oddish for this gym. You would think it'd be faster than I did in the other forest when I was looking for Zubats. It has like lower odds. Cause it was damn near 20 streams till fucking Oddish popped up as shiny. It was something like that. I don't know what the exact time was, but it's close to 20 streams. And that's a long time. That's 4+ a pop on 4+ hours a pop on streams and everything. Yeah, you were almost over double odds. I think I was over double odds. I don't know. It was like 6,000. Was it 6,000 encounters? It was something like that. I did like 6,000 encounters plus. I don't remember. It was something like that. $643. That was like, I think that was January, right? I don't remember. I'm even more odds in the Eevee one. Because considering I've beaten 2,000 in the grass in the other one, and also now hatched 240 eggs. I mean, it's not quite double over odds or whatever quite yet, but it's pretty high odds. Or low odds, I'm not really sure, but I think it's high odds. Let's see. look at what the shiny odds are. I want to say 1 out of 4K. That might be right, but 1 out of 400 frags. Well, I'm getting there. I'm halfway there, more than half. It's either 1 out of 4,000 or 1 out of 5,000. I don't remember. It's reduced slightly lower. The whole vintage thing fucking aggravates me as I like unravel the truth. And when I say unraveled, I just imagine like some type of food literally unraveling like a fucking tortilla or some shit. Very slowly, but utterly. And slowly more disappointed as I find more information. Which may not even be true. I'm still salty over that. Frickin' Cosmic Soul. I'm telling you, if I end up finding a vintage man, I'm gonna put his name on my fucking title of the video. So he sees. That's all salty on me. Because I blame the whole motivation thing on him. Not really, but... I can see people understanding why this seems like a lot, for sure. Because I am doing a lot. It's almost 60 streams of this. But, I mean, at least it's something in the meantime while I have, you know, a gigantic absence. So it's fine, I guess. So if you ever get a retro out, you're supposed to plan for Eevee. Well, I had mentioned it before. Even if I find retro oddish, it doesn't tell me anything. Because, from my understanding, there's certain Retromons that are banned or like not in the game, just like Tauros. I don't know why, but like Retro Tauros isn't in the game. So even if I find Retro Oddish, that doesn't tell me if Retro Eevee's in the game anymore. But I'm just saying if it is possible. If it is possible before the vintage decks, then like, you know, it gets me closer to the truth, but not quite it. I say call it Leafeon. Oh, for Oddish, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can, yeah. But I hopefully that makes sense from what I'm saying. My theory on why Tauros as a retro is banned is because Tauros regularly is only found in the pink path, and he's not found normally in the game. So maybe that's why he's banned? I just don't understand why they banned Pokemon at all. It makes no fucking sense. It's good that they reward like the fans of theirs that stuck by them as the game came out, but I just don't understand the fact that why punish those that play the game later. It feels like punishment at least. 7650. Yeah, it makes sense. So yeah, that's why it just doesn't answer my question even if I find him. But I'm just doing it to see if it works. If I find Retro Oddish, I mean, I'll still look for... I'll still kill Oddish. Well, I mean, I don't know. I was thinking, like, still test it out on Zubats just to see if it will work. And then I'll end it off by getting as much Eevees as I can. Mindlessly before 1,000 videos, and then we'll go from there. I have no idea. It makes no sense. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I'm like second guessing myself because, like, if I do, then I don't see why not to just go straight to Eevee right now. Like, if I find a retro oddish right now, then like maybe that gives me enough reason to then like skip over Zubat and just go for Eevee again. Not that I know it's possible. I mean, I'm sure it's Googleable whether Tauros is in Xenoverse or not, like the regular one. Cause that's like I said, that's my theory. Like, you find him in the pink path, and that's why he's not in the game. Because if you find Tauros somewhere else, then I'm confused. Because I imagine it's only in a DLC location. That's just one Pokemon I know for a fact that is not in the game anymore. It's just Retro Tauros. Unless I'm just wrong about that. I don't know. 7652. Some of the wikis always kind of incorrect with that type of stuff. Let's go with this or miss. Alright. I'll probably check it out in the future about Tauros. I'm gonna probably... I feel like I'm gonna end up forgetting, but I'll try to remember. And then eventually look them up and see for myself. Yeah, lately I've been watching a lot of Dragon Ball Z stuff. Because I watch with family Dragon Ball Z. We're at the Buu Saga. And because I'm watching that, I was also watching like Team 4 Stars Dragon Ball Z Abridged. And I just keep going from rabbit hole from there. Because if it's not Zelda randomizers, I've been watching like the DBZ content. And then I eventually stumbled upon like the Final Fantasy VII Mission Abridged, so I've been watching that. Oh, that reminds me, I forgot to mention, I applied for another job, and they denied me like the day after, immediately. I'm like, what the hell? And they're like, oh, your times doesn't meet our requirements or some shit like that. Because in the application, well, after the application, they had like a test or like a quiz of some kind or some assessment. I don't know what it was, but they basically asked the question. It's all like, oh, if you can choose what time you could come in. I mean, at least you heard something. Yeah, that I guess that's a good thing, but. I was gonna follow up because they asked for like my tax information and then like, you know, hoping for an interview, you know, process afterwards. But yeah, I mean, they shut me down before that. I didn't even get a chance to do the tax stuff. But basically, one of the questions was in the assessment said that like, oh, if you could choose what time to come in, what would that time be? And it gave me time, like, possibility. And since I don't have a car, I was thinking to myself, well, for me to walk there, it'll take me 40 minutes. And like, I'm not a morning person, so I put 9 a.m. and like I put the latest time possible, which was like 11:50 or some shit p.m., like pretty much before midnight. So I put that time, like 9 a.m. to like midnight. And I thought that was realistic. Like, if it's 40 minutes away and I'm not a morning person and it'll take me a while to get there, I thought like me waking up at 8 a.m. and walking there for 40 minutes is fair enough. But that's why they denied me. They're like, oh, well, your time doesn't meet ours. And, you know, they open at like 8 or 9 a.m. anyway. So I'm like, I don't really know what's the problem. I really wanted to reply to them and go like, well, I could change the time if you want. Like, the question literally said, if you could choose the time, what would you do? And that's the time I chose. Like, this is theoretical, I thought. And the job I went for was only part-time anyway, so I'm not really sure what the fuck their issue is. So I'm at a loss. And like, I told somebody else about it, about that time, and like, they were like, yeah, I don't see the problem with what you put. Like, you put more than 12 hours of work, basically. So it's... What did I do wrong? I think really the problem is just the start time that I typed in. Again, I don't know. I'm not really too sure. I thought for sure I was gonna get the job. I wasn't gonna apply for it to begin with because the place in that job isn't really the most organized and stuff. Because I've been to that place before and I'm all like, I don't know, I feel like they slack all the time. But like, you know, I'm running out of options and I'm all like, now at this point I have no choice but to work for them. Because I need a place close enough, and even though it's 40 minutes away, but that's what I chose. I mean, at least here's something. Yeah. I feel like I already read that message. I thought I saw text moved. I'm still a bit salty on the other job I was waiting for. I don't remember if I brought it up with you or not, but the place that I was waiting for that they were building in construction, they finished construction. They already hired people because they had a hiring fair, and that place is no longer hiring. And I'm like, bro, I've been waiting for this building to open. I was waiting since before their building was even structured. Checked every day, even when they opened, their applications weren't even available still on that website. I'm like, what the fuck? Only to find out that they just hired anybody in the hiring fair. I'm like, I didn't even hear about the hiring fair. What the hell? So that was a bit annoying. I don't even know how they got the job on the other place. I swear Clefairy's trolling me now. 3 encounters back to back before the exit. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Clefairy's, at least for me, she's coming like every time I go to that place by the fossils. Clefairy's always there. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, currently right now, job-wise, I really have no idea what I could apply for anymore. At least, quote-unquote, that I'm willing to work for, because I don't know. I don't really have many options left. Like, there's no walking distance ones that would work. It's kind of sucks job-wise finding it. But yeah, it sounds rough. Yeah, pretty much. 76, 63. We'll see though. Yeah, because when July hits, even though that's 5 months from now, but I don't know why when I said July I pictured June in my head. Like I'm thinking in a few months it'll be 2 years without a job. I don't know, June and July I get mixed up every now and then, but yeah, it's actually 5 months away, so I guess it's not that close as I thought. It's just because I saw February being 2, and then like I'm thinking June, it's like, oh, that's kind of close, kind of. But not really, nah. There was like a Mountain Mike's that wanted to hire me, but they wanted me to be a delivery boy and drive my own car. So I can't get that job no more. That's the stupid part. Because I had a phase where I kept going back in to get like a personal pizza, which they overpriced the crap out of. And like the people in the front were always nice to me, and they offered me the job, but I'm all like, I don't want to, like, you know, I was like, thanks, but I'm good or whatever. I think at the time because I had a job as well, or I don't remember. I also don't want a job that uses like my own car to do that, you know, barring the other stuff pertaining to jobs, but yeah, now I can't get that job because I have no car to be a delivery boy if that's what they want of me, so that sucks. 76, 66. Yeah, actually, when I was much younger, I actually wanted to have Mountain Mike's as my first job. I don't know, something about it made sense to me that would be my first job. It never was though. Got something else as the first job. I'm trying to think to myself, what would be a good retro Pokemon that is not in this game? Like, do they have one that's not in this game that should be? Because there's only a certain number of ones. I know there's a lot of the Generation 1 Pokemon. There's some in Space World, and then there's some in some Johto Pokemon. But is there like another one that should be a Retromon? I remember last time you said that you like Wooper as the Retromon because he looks extra happy and stuff. So either Gen 2 Mon or something, or actually, you know, I like the beta Tyranitar before, like the first one that had like, you know, brown shell and stuff. I thought that was pretty cool. Wooper's just a fella, yeah. There was also the Tortuga one. That beta Pokemon. Except it's not Tortuga exactly, he looks a bit different. He's like blue and green and shit. I thought that was pretty cool too. I still can't believe they hadn't made that Tiger Hamster Pokemon real yet. Like, what the fuck are they doing? What's taking them so long that they didn't want to make that a Pokemon yet? I don't get it. Unless they're, I really hope they don't go like, oh no, it is a Pokemon, his name is the Dene or some shit. I'm like, that's not an acceptable answer. A lot of the retros are pretty derpy looking, yeah. I didn't know this information. Like, okay, well I know some of it, but not all of it. From like the Betamons, like the fire starter. Okay, my thing was the fire starter at first, I kind of interpreted it like it's a mouse. It turns out to be a bear, like a fire bear. Well, at the same time, I thought there was a seal involved that was supposed to be the starter. Anyway, he looks like a fire Pikachu pretty much. I knew about that, but I didn't realize that fire bear ended up just turning into Teddy Ursa. Like eventually it just slowly gravitated and they started drawing it more just to end up being Teddy Ursa and Ursa rings, and I find that weird. I also thought that the Fire Seal was originally the starter, so I don't know where they got lost in that. 7670. But yeah, the Fire Seals in this game, I don't fully understand him, because he's not a water type, but he's a seal with a fireball. I don't know. I did run out of moves almost, right? I only got like 6 of these left. More body slams. Well, what do you say is your favorite starter that you have? I'm pretty sure everybody guessed what my favorite starter is, because it's like the mascot and everything. Because mine's Typhlosion, it always has been. But there's other fire, well, not just fire, but like a lot of other starters I really like too. I'm sure if I think hard enough and like make a ranking systems, I could determine who I, you know, in my own opinion, you know, from top tier to bottom tier, have certain favorites or whatnot. Chimchar is definitely a go-to for me. They juiced them up in BDSP. Oh, they did? I don't think I knew that. Fuecoco's up there too. Yeah, Fuecoco's pretty cool. Oh yeah, there's a new pack in TCG Pocket. You already saw that in the Nintendo Direct, but I saw the packs before it happened. I was like, oh shit, they just released it out of nowhere. What the hell? I hadn't opened any of the packs though. I'm getting a shit ton of Wonder Glasses too, because the whole 30-day login thing. I got like more than 500 already. I could open it in stream at some point. I just need to download BlueStacks because I'm not using that Moo player again. That shit's ass. Moo player's so garbage. Like every time I use Moo player and then boot up TCG Pocket, it fucking crashes or slows down to a halt. Slower than fucking molasses. 76, 75. As part of his level up moves, he gets Power Up Punch and Drain Punch as he evolves to Monferno. Okay. That sounds like it's a bit of a different thing. Yeah, because like when I played Platinum, I remember like when he evolves into Monferno, he just gets Mach Punch. Unless it was a Mach Punch, but that's what I feel like I remember. Wait, if it's Drain Punch as a level up move, does Maylene teach you a different TM or something? Because Drain Punch was her move at first. Or is that what you're talking about? 76, 76? It's just given that he gets Mach Punch and Drain Punch. Okay. I just don't remember if Maylene swapped it for something else in base DP. Oh, okay. There's a few starters that I rarely ever choose. I don't think I've ever used, besides Chespin as I mentioned, I don't think I use Oshawott technically. I think. I always use Snivy and Tepig when I'm playing the black and white games. The first 4 generations I used all the starters in some capacity. Okay, better moves. Yeah, 5th gen Oshawott, 6th gen Chespin, 7th gen. I don't think I've used Poplio. I think if anything, I used her for the first time in Pokérogue, in Pokemon Rogue. I think at least? I don't know. And I think some other game too, actually. This is 241, I think? Well, I mean, perfect timing anyway, because I could go not only do that, I could heal and all that stuff while I'm out here. So this is a new box. Okay. Oops. So 241. Speed's almost a 31. But everything else is middle of the road. Gentle nature and quick to flee. And while I said that, like I really didn't look at any of the stats. The defense is lowered though. Okay. Because I mean more so the Eevee IV spread. The potential, I guess. Alright, so next one would be 242. I almost flew back to my hometown, holy crap. See, what I think they should do, at least for the DLC, because they only added Mega Garchomp, or, you know, Mega Garchomp Z or whatever. I still think they need to give Blastoise and Venusaur another Mega Evolution. They gave Charizard 2, and it's like, what the fuck? I didn't heal? I thought I literally, I had it in my brain, and I still didn't go in there. 76, 79. Holy crap, I lost half my health with attacking twice. Damn it. I literally had it in my brain to go to the Pokemon Center and I still walked away. Yeah, when I was much younger, I had a Gary moment. Not me, but somebody else. The first time I've ever seen anybody use Struggle, I was at a friend's house and he had like his cousin over or some shit. And we were in the Viridian Forest. This is very early days, like we were playing Pokemon Red and Blue. And possibly Yellow, I don't know. I'm not sure. It might have been like Red version or Yellow version. I don't quite remember. I just remember very vividly. We were in the Viridian Forest, and we were not exactly soft locked, but we were at a point in the game where it looked like we weren't gonna win, or something like that. Like we ran out of tackles or some shit. I don't know if we used a Bulbasaur or something like that. And then I was like, oh, I don't think you're gonna win now, since you ran out of moves and you only got all these other shitty moves. And I think he was going up against Metapod or Cocoon or something like that. All he said was, "Oh, you want to bet?" And we stood there watching him running out of all his moves until he struggled, and then he struggled, killed the Metapod or Cocoon or whatever it was. And in my head, I was thinking, what the fuck, he's such an asshole. Like, in my head. Well, I mean, I was too young to cuss, but, like, I remember thinking that to myself. I'm like, what a fucking... I don't know, he was... He kind of gave me Gary vibes just by doing that. I'm like, that's such a shitty training tactic and strategy tactic. He's like, oh, wanna bet? And just struggle death. Us watching him stall out everything. That, I don't know, that was the first time I ever seen struggle even happen. I didn't even know that was possible at that point. But yeah, it felt like a dick move. I mean, he didn't do anything wrong, he was right, but that's such a shitty way to go about things. Because he did it in such a boastful way where I'm like, yeah, because it was me, my friend, and his cousin just at the Game Boy, just doing this happen. I don't know how long we waited for, but it felt like a long time. And I never saw that cousin again. That would be the end of that story. I imagine you're out of Mount Moon now, because Clefairy was your last Pokemon, right? If so, then you probably buy the Sandshrew Ekans section, or maybe even a Nugget Bridge or something. I kind of wondered to myself, like, what would I don't know what's one aspect in a future game that you would put in the older games. Like, what would that be? I'm sure that people would want for Fire Red and Leaf Green to be like, oh, like I imagine some people go to answer would be like, oh, page your Pokemon so we don't use HMs or something along those lines. I don't know. But that happened in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to set up by farming Nugget Bridge. Oh, okay. I don't know. I think I would have liked if they... It's way too late for this to happen, honestly. But I think I would have liked if Red and Blue... Like, not exactly a remake. This is like a true remaster in my head, but like I said, it's too late for this to happen. Way too late. But I would have liked it if Red and Blue and Yellow version had shiny Pokemon. So they could have just easily remade the games just to be exactly the same, just with regular colors, and, you know, made it possible to find shiny Pokemon. Because I'm not talking about Fire Red, Leaf Green, or Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee. I'm talking about Red and Blue still the same to the core. But yeah, that boat sailed a long time ago. There's no point of doing that. But I would have liked that. That would have been my Gen 1 thing, for sure. I can't think of anything else for all the other games, though. Just so they aren't literally finite. Oh, I think Unbreakable TMs. Oh yeah, that's true, yeah. Unbreakable TMs for sure. Yeah, because there's for sure times where, yeah, Red and Blue, like Earthquake and Ice Beam, I would have liked to have more. I mean, well, is Ice Beam? Cause like you give them soda cans and like the drinks to the little girl. Does she gives you more, or is it just one? I think she just gives you one. I don't remember. I think the only TMs that you could get multiple of is like if you buy them in the game corner. No. I feel like if you can, you would be able to. Yeah, I imagine that's all of it. I don't know. I think you could get one from a vending machine, but they set one aside as a quest item, I think. I just remember specifically that you get the drinks, you get fresh water, soda, and lemonade, and then like an extra drink for the guards. But like those 3 specific drinks, you get to the little girl, you get like Tri-Attack, Rock Slide, and Ice Beam, and it might be different for Fire Red and Leaf Green than the TMs. I'm pretty sure you only get just one. Cause I imagine if it was possible to get more than one, people would exploit the crap out of that if it's for Ice Beam. But like for the game corners and stuff, like I know in Gold and Silver, like I bought multiple Ice Punch TMs. I remember that much. Because they sold them in the Pokemart and such. I don't know if they sold TMs in Celadon. I don't think so. But like in later generations, they definitely do. For Scarlet and Violet, I didn't assemble one TM the whole time. Because I know that you can, but I was very overwhelmed with that information. I was like, I don't feel like figuring out how to make a certain TM. I know that it's probably possible, and like, you know, if I ever do Let's Play the game, that might be information that I could easily find out and benefit myself if I know where to go. Because I could imagine that being like an advice thing. It's like, oh, you see, if you go here, you could get the materials to get Ice Beam or whatever the fuck. 7690. Making teams was really easy. Well, that's good. I literally put no brain power in a lot of the Scarlet and Violet stuff. I just picked up items and I just moved on. I never took the time to put them together. There was some stuff where I'm like, oh, I don't have any of those or whatever the hell. Yeah, I never took the time to do that. But you have to get the TMs in question first. Oh. Oh, well, then I have no idea. 7691. So, wait, so you never get the TM complete, I guess? You get the TM and it's already basically like, oh, now fill the puzzle, basically, and then you get the materials for it, then you make it? Is that what you mean? The materials are just drops from defeated or caught Pokemon, so you often get them passively. Yeah, I mean, that's what I noticed, yeah. I get materials from Pokemon I knocked out or whatever. Like I said, when I was roaming in the wild, I just kept like picking up every single thing I see, and it would take me so fucking long. I'd be playing for hours, and I just had like that, you know, OCD mentality where I kept picking up everything, and I don't know, to a point of exhaustion. I'm like, man, I want to stop picking up things, but I see another one over there. You get the TM, then you have the recipe to make more. Oh, okay. I see. Alright, we got a good 4 hours left, about. Hopefully I time it out well. By the time we get to 8,000 I could call it. That's the goal for right now. So hopefully we make it there. Don't know why I'm thinking. That's why I'm thinking. I ran out of earthquakes again. 76.94. It's late, I'm heading to bed. Alright, see you later, Fo. Thanks for joining. Phantom. Okie dokie. Keep running into them, what the heck? So many phantoms. I forget where I left off talking about the movie. I'm trying to remember. Or anything for that matter that I might have not mentioned before as well. I think I already mentioned the fact that Margot, or whatever her name is, when she bumped into the wagon with the kids pulling the lemons and stuff. But, I don't know, I just found it weird that Ash was close enough to do that. And then it felt a bit, campy that it's like, oh, okay, we could just battle, and then they just do. And, I don't know. It just seems out of nowhere to just like that would be the worst type of battles, I imagine. Like you know how like you walk up and then a trainer sees you and then he walks towards you, it's like, okay, let's battle, and then just do it. This thing that Ash does to these kids holding a wagon with lemons feels so much worse. Like if I imagine it in the game, I would feel assaulted, honestly. I didn't like that feeling. But yeah, I mentioned about the catching contest. So with the catching contest, I already mentioned that they have stickers on themselves to let you know that these are the Pokemon allowed to be caught in the contest. Anything without the stickers doesn't count. Like I said, I think it's very stupid idea to have these Pokemon roam across the city. It's starting to come back to me what I was saying before, so apologies for repeating myself, but like I said, even with the fully trained Pokemon, that doesn't mean that these trainers are very good or fully trained or professional or amateur or whatever. They're gonna come in every form of the spectrum. It's not a good idea to do it in city, no matter how trained the Pokemon are. If like some of these trainers are amateurs and have very scrubby Pokemon that could ruin your city. Like it would fuck up your city pretty badly if a trainer has a scrubby Pokemon that can't control his Rhyhorn and he's crashing everywhere. But yeah, I think that's the part where I left off. It's like when the whole thing started, you see Ash to the right, and then you see Callahan to the left, and they start running. For some reason, Ash is in the lead, and he's faster than everybody else, including a Weavile next to his trainer, and I'm all like, Weaviles are fucking fast, dude. That makes no sense. I don't know why Ash is just so fast compared to everything in this movie, but he really was. Like, extremely fast for no fucking reason. 76.96. And when I say that, like, we see him run, and it's a normal pace. I just mean more so, I just don't get how he's going faster than this Pokemon that's known to being a very fast dark and ice type. It doesn't make sense. But anyway, Callahan has a Staryu. I mentioned that how it doesn't make sense because he's like a, you know, a fraudulent person. He has a fraud Pokemon. Eventually he'll get a Sudowoodo. That a Staryu doesn't make sense to be in his team. Like, imagine what fits better would probably be like a Smeargle or something like that. I don't know. But he technically told the truth to Denise, because, like, I guess what he was holding at first was an empty Pokeball. But he does have a Pokemon, it's a Staryu, so I don't know why he's saying, like, you know, it doesn't make sense. He didn't need to hold an empty Pokeball. If he just held his Pokeball with the Staryu in it, it would have been fine, unless he borrowed it from his brother or something, but Staryu's a cool Pokemon. I don't see a problem with him. He's considered a strong Pokemon. Like, Starmie is no sleeper, dude. He's pretty tough, quite honestly. So I didn't fully understand it. But yeah, I guess Callahan was catching a whole bunch of Pokemon. They showed Ash catching the Ekans and then the Sentret. When he fought against the Ekans, it was a bit weird. Because there was people, I don't think they're even aware that the contest is even happening. They were just chilling, minding their own business. Again, I'm not sure how many of these people hate Pokemon themselves, because we saw the old lady hate Pokemon. And I don't know, it's just kind of said in the Bulbapedia. Unless it's not like, you know, the minority that people there hates Pokemon or whatever, I don't know. But yeah, Ash is doing that, and oh, I need to scroll down on this thing actually. Like, I don't know how well known it is, how much they hate it or not. The people that live in the city, Fula City or whatever it's called. But he did it in front of them. Like, Pikachu was attacking Ekans, and then he hit Ekans off, and then he threw a Pokeball at it. I don't know. I guess that was fine, I suppose. It just seems a bit like, I don't know how to put it. He made it seem easier than it actually should be, I guess. So in a way forced. I really didn't want to say that, but yeah. And then he caught a Sentret without an issue, and I guess they were already saying that Callahan's already in the lead. What they don't tell you, well, I mean, and what I read already in the Bulbapedia, is that Callahan was cheating, supposedly, because the guy's feeding him information on what Pokemon and, you know, who's weak to what or whatever, which doesn't make too much sense. I don't think it should be considered cheating. You know, he's giving him advice. He's wearing an earpiece, but I thought his cheating was worse. When I read it in the Bulbapedia, I thought there was something else. I thought he gave him a Pokeball that, like, never misses or never fucks up or something, or he, like, maybe he had sabotage to make it so he switched in the Pokemon that lets him get caught easier, or he gave him some chips that makes it forced to stay in the ball, or give him a status without realizing it, or some assistance outside, something, some sabotage of some kind. But it was none of that. All he did was literally just give him advice. He's like, oh, you see a Cyndaquil? Oh, he's weak to water. It's like, he's giving him basic advice. Like, he's not just weak to water, and even still, you would figure that with the fire type. And plus, he already has a Staryu, so what difference does it make? Like, really, like, if he's got a water gun to Cyndaquil anyway. Cause, like, that, I don't know. Like, what's the difference with him saying it in his earpiece compared to, like, if a friend of Ash's just tells him and yells out, "Hey, it's a fire type, use your water," or whatever. Like, it'd be no difference because there's people, like, chanting their name and supporting them, and they're gonna give them advice anyway. Like, imagine any sports game, or even something on TV, like, you would yell at them, go like, "Oh, do this, why did you do that?" Like, I just think it's natural. So I don't fully understand how it would be considered cheating, if you think about it. So, yeah, I don't know. It was just a bit weird. But yeah, Callahan was catching a few Pokemon. I don't remember which ones he caught for some reason. They only showed like 2. But yeah, then the Tyranitar like crashed into stuff and cables got on him. And it just wrapped around his neck, except he's not, like, he has a shell, like an exoskeleton, so he shouldn't be strangled. Technically, I don't think. Because I don't know, isn't his real neck underneath the shell or something? I'm not too sure. But he started rampaging. Ash and Pikachu notices the cable around it. Ash tried to come up with a plan. He tells Pikachu force him to go on this side or whatever. Pikachu easily catches up to Tyranitar. And he could have easily himself take out the cable, but for some reason Ash came up with the plan that his plan was, okay, I'll run on this side, go on this bridge, and make Pikachu force Tyranitar to go on that side so I could jump on him to try to take out the cables. Which doesn't make a difference when he jumped on him eventually, because like none of it makes sense, because it's like he jumped on him to remove the cables, but he didn't even do it. He just literally landed on him and that's it. And then Pikachu just used Iron Tail and cut the cables off from his neck. It's like Pikachu could have done that without you jumping on him. Imagine if you missed, how much of a fail that would be. You just crashed down on the cement looking stupid. So I really didn't understand Ash's logic at all. He didn't really do anything. Pikachu quite literally caught up to him without a problem. Like, if you saw the footage, Pikachu literally had to go to the right or left just to like scoot him a little bit. Pikachu's a fast Pokemon, man. Like, yeah. But yeah, for some reason the host, or I don't know if it's the mayor, somebody that was running the tournament congratulated Ash for helping stopping Tyranitar, so he got like a trophy, and he got in second place for some reason because he's the main character, and Callahan got first place because he's a fraudulent Hercule guy, so that's why he got first place. And I don't know, I guess he caught 3 or 4 Pokemon, I'm not too sure. Because they showed extra footage after the fact. I think he did catch like 3 or 4, and actually caught 2 on screen at least. So I'm not really sure how he's second place. I don't know if he counts the Tyranitar or not. Because if anything, when I read the Bulbapedia about that, I was under the impression that Ash lost because he was distracted from the Tyranitar. That was the impression I had. That like while this was happening, Callahan went on and cheated. Because I didn't really knew how it happened. But yeah, that's pretty much what happened, yeah. And I guess while this was happening, when Callahan made the deal with the researcher in the laboratory, he, you know, again with the pointless animation of like the doors closing over and over again, you know, because they had to work harder just to do that. That his deal was that like he'll help him cheat in order, you know, in return he'll help him present some research because the guy with the chance, he's terrible at like social interaction because he gets scared, or I don't know, some unrealistic characteristic. But yeah, then it changed scenes to the lady that was hiking up, and that's when the park rangers told her that she wasn't allowed to be there, and that there's no Eevees in that area, but somewhere else, or whatever. So she was upset that Callahan lied to her. Even though it was a pointless lie, literally he could have just said like, well, I don't know, I don't remember, I'm disoriented, something. But whatever. She eventually comes back, and ended up at the hotel and recognized Ash somehow, I guess. I don't know if she just saw past footage on TV or something like that, but notices that Ash got second place. Maybe she also saw that Callahan's first place and she kind of seethed or something, I don't know. But it confused me when she was like, oh, it's you, because I didn't realize she saw the TV or something like that, that she saw him getting second place for the competition. So she was excited for him because she wanted him to help her out getting the Eevee. So yeah, the next day happens. Well, I think before that actually, there was a part where Margot went to a different mansion. That we see her walking. This is after the fact that Ash was with her with the whole lemon wagon thing. I don't know if she stuck around for like the catching competition, but she's walking on this path, and I don't know why she took the time to you know, like, I want you guys to imagine something like just imagine like a warehouse or something like that, like a wooden warehouse. Like it would just be normal, and now imagine that warehouse being like has a new kid dropped on it, and the doorway is kind of still intact, just the wall kind of still connected with just that doorway. You see the frame and a little bit of just that wall, but the other three walls are fucked. They're just nothing. It's just one wall that's broken that you could literally walk around on, and not even going through the front door. That's what she did. She walked near and she saw this door that was completely fucked and broken in, and she went through the front door anyway, and it confused me. But yeah, she walked in, she dropped some food, you know, in front of the house. I don't know if it's the power plant or not, but she was there. 7715. And she fed a Ditto and Teddy Ursa or Sentry. I already forgot what Pokemon it was. But she was saying, oh, I'm sorry that you got hurt yesterday, I don't know, yada yada yada. She was talking to the Zeraora or whatnot. But yeah. Anyway, the next day happens. The lady that's looking for the Eevee was with Ash, trying to get him to help her find it. She sees Callahan. She then blames Callahan for, you know, going somewhere else or whatnot in the wrong area. And I think I forget if it was before or after. It probably no. I might have said that too soon. So yeah, Ash was trying to help her out find the Eevee, and they just see Eevee chilling in like the park or some shit within the city, it feels like. And Ash asks her like, oh, do you have any Pokemon? She says no, and it's like, oh, don't worry, you can use Pikachu. And he was practically backseat coaching her the whole time. Like, he might as well just told her to sit back and just have Ash catch for her, because there was no real difference. You'll see a theme when I'm talking about all this. Like, a lot of this is just like, it makes no real difference if this other thing happened. But yeah, she started commanding Pikachu. She only did like one command on her own, which is like common sense stuff, which kind of also makes me think like, what's the point of having even trainers tell Pokemon what to do if like they might as well have Pokemon have like their own way of fighting? If like, you know, if an attack comes towards you, oh, clearly you want to get out the way, so maybe dodge. You know, had the trainer not said anything, that doesn't make the Pokemon not want to dodge, because I assume they don't want to get hit. That's pretty much an example, because like the lady told Pikachu to dodge when Eevee was attacking. So it's just that type of stuff. I'm all like, I don't think you need to tell Pikachu that. Like, he could have figured that out. But that's the only command that she actually did. All the other commands, Ash was just in the background just saying the moves. Just like, okay, now Thunderbolt. And then she would say Thunderbolt, like, directly after. And that's the part where I'm talking about where it really makes no difference. I didn't understand why Ash felt the need to yell out Thunderbolt for her to say Thunderbolt when she's like 2 feet in front of him. Pikachu has pretty good ears. It's gonna be fine regardless. I didn't get it. But yeah, Eevee broke out the first ball, and then like upon the second attempt, which I don't know where she got her new Pokeball, because I thought I was under the impression she only had one. But she pulled out a second one and catches Eevee, and then this and their team, and then afterwards, that's when she saw Callahan and started going like, "Oh, you said that this one thing you said." So yeah, that's the situation that happened with them, and I guess some context that I didn't know about. Somebody ruined part of the city, like dropped some residue and like messed up on some metal or whatever. I wasn't too sure about that. That they were like, oh, I don't know who did this, so we have to clean it up. And Ash just volunteers, not even himself, but the lady too, to clean up the city, which is nice enough, but I don't know why he spoke for her, which, like, you know, he did earlier as well. It's fucking weird and stupid. I don't know, because even the lady was like, did you just say we, like as in me too? Like what the fuck, bruh? But yeah, and then they forced Callahan to do it, even though Callahan literally said like, oh, I need to go to the research lab. And they're like, why you gotta go in the research lab for? Like, you have nothing to do there. And I guess that's like the sister talking. I'm like, well, you don't know, bruh. You can talk to whoever and go wherever you want. What the fuck's the problem? So yeah, it felt pretty dumb. It also felt pretty dumb that the lady was like, hey, well, you know, I forgot what she said, but she was gonna say some stuff. But Callahan was like, no, keep it down. I want my niece to think I'm cool or something like that. She was like, okay, but you know, I'll keep hush hush, but you know. But like, she did it all up on his face multiple times where I'm all like, you're not doing a good job keeping the secret. Like, I don't know. Every time the niece was nearby, she did it like I almost said 2 or 3 more times. Like once or twice or something like that. Then she's like, okay, I'm gonna keep the secret, like right in front of the niece. And it's like, girl, you gotta try harder than that. You can't just, what? Who the fuck? I don't know. I just find it stupid. But you know, obviously it's on purpose or whatever. But if it was real life, if there's like a third party that I didn't know a secret, I don't want the other person to like, okay, well just make sure you know, I don't want to say it. It's like the third person involved's gonna wonder what the hell's going on. Hopefully I'm making sense. I feel like I'm everywhere talking about this. I think one part I forgot to mention, the old lady that doesn't like Pokemon. I guess there's like some glass that fell down or something, which I'm starting to, I don't know, I'm starting to realize something else pertains to it, but because at some point some glass fell down, and I think it was supposed to be implied that it was Team Rocket, but it's not actually them or something like that. But since she didn't like Pokemon, it's the same lady that she got scared from the sunflower or whatever. That when she was trying to walk home randomly, that a bunch of Pokemon were following her, and I didn't understand why. I thought it was just Pokemon thinking that they like her or some shit like that. Turns out that the whole reason that they were following her is because it was like sweet scent residue. It was like a bottle of sweet scent, which attracts Pokemon. Because she had mentioned like, oh, ever since I went to your research lab, these Pokemon keeps fucking following me. So she was like blaming the researcher guy. So she was pointing out to him. I almost forgot about that. And more Pokemon keeps appearing, because at first it was just Totodile and Meryl and Togepi, but then it turned into like more and more Pokemon like Xatu and like Tyrogue and Heracross, and then eventually Machamp. Like more and more it just keeps appearing every scene. It was weird and interesting. But anyway, the dude with the Chansey that's scared of everything, pretty shitless. He had his presentation, he was waiting for Callahan, he's like, oh man, he's not gonna make it on time or whatever. And since Callahan's trying to excuse himself to go and everything, for some reason they had forced him to clean up or whatever. I did forget to mention that like, when he did win the competition, he did say that he was looking for a very rare Pokemon or whatnot, and I think the mayor was there. He might have been the actual host. And so since Margot heard about it like in dinner time that night, Margot did say like, oh, maybe they're talking about Zeraora. And the mayor just says, oh, Zeraora doesn't exist. Which, that sentence doesn't make fucking sense. What he says doesn't exist anymore. And, you know, obviously since we read the Bulbapedia, we know what all that means. But that doesn't mean it doesn't make sense in hindsight. Is from the Bulbapedia and from what I've seen on screen. He's telling a girl, don't worry about it, it doesn't exist anymore. And even though the mayor is not aware that she's seen the fucking Pokemon he's talking about, and not only that, that he's literally lying about it, that it just doesn't make sense just to be like, oh, this thing that's living on the island, oh no, it doesn't exist, it's not around, when the person literally saw it, or whatever, I don't know. And that they were talking about the curse or whatnot, and I guess it turns out that the curse is like every time they go to the forest, like when a human steps foot in the forest, something bad happens, or gets destroyed or some shit like that. Which is such a shitty curse. I just feel like they might as well like underline it and just call it superstition, if anything. Not superstition, but like I don't know what the right word is. It's almost like a Macbeth effect, more so. If anything, they should have just called the Zeraora's effect. Like, you know, whoever steps foot on the boundary will get bad luck or whatever. I think calling it a curse doesn't make sense, because Zeraora doesn't associate with that whatsoever. It's not like, it's not ghostly, it's not dark magic, it's not anything. That's just something that the people call. And it just makes no sense. Whatchamacallit though? But yeah, Ash and all of them are cleaning up. They're using like mops or some shit. And it sucks for like the lady to be forced to do it too, because yeah, she was doing it because of Ash. But yeah, they were cleaning it. At some point, Callahan tries to sneak away, so he literally starts running. And as they're running, like they keep going back and forth to the other scene with the guy with the Chansey, because he has to go on this presentation for his research, and he's like, "Oh shit, Callahan, or whatever." And so Callahan's on his way because he told him that he was gonna be there, and he wasn't. He's not there yet. At some point when he's running, he eventually like grabs this Doduo from a trainer and just straight up steals it, and they're running off. And this part here doesn't make sense to me, but Ash catches up. Like he's not too far behind. He's like a good 3 feet behind him when the Doduo's fucking running. Doduo being like the fastest bird Pokemon. Maybe not in general, but like in the anime at least, like Doduo and Dodrio is like the fast bird. That's what it's fucking known for. And for Ash to be 3 feet away when Callahan had a huge head start, even if he's out of shape or whatever, like that's what I was talking about, where it doesn't make sense that Ash easily catches up. No fucking problem. And yeah, eventually it goes back to the scene of the dude with the Chansey. He does the presentation, and it's just like I don't know. I don't like his fucking presentation at all, because he's like, you know, again, exaggerating, and his characteristics is to the extreme that he's terrified and anxious and shit like that, because he's not. Or he is, but like it's not. There's no real person that acts like this, because he literally flinched at nothing when people are just watching this happen. Because I understand that there's stage fright, and I understand that there's huge amount of anxiety, but the way this dude does it is not something a person would do at all. Like, again, he literally flinched like if a guy like pretended to punch him or something. But yeah, Callahan tries to rush over. You know, he got off the Doduo, and for some reason, Ash and the rest of the group that was following Callahan, wondering why he just ran out, caught up so easily. Like 2 seconds afterwards, they were already there, and you would think that he would have so much farther of a lead with Doduo, and it's like, what the hell? And yeah, I guess as well, like in the presentation, the other scientists, like they knew that this was gonna happen, I guess, but they gave him like some microchip. I guess it's like a USB or some shit, I don't know. They were saying, oh, here, you could grab this is for the presentation, and I guess he grabbed the wrong one, because it's like the other one was an SD card of the footage of him telling Callahan, you know, from what I was saying before, that Cyndaquil's a fire type, and that he supposedly cheated, quote unquote. And that was in front of everybody, because like I said, Ash and the rest of the group caught up, and they were like, wait, why did you run? Why are you here? What's going on? Like, they just asked so many questions. It's like, he already told you he needed to go. Don't be surprised if he's urgently needed to go. Like, literally, he could have lied but still told the truth. Just go like, no, I have to go to the research lab because I promised somebody I was gonna be there. That's all the information you need to give out. You don't have to make it seem more suspicious than you need to. And it also doesn't make sense that the rest of the characters are being overly suspicious on the guy for going to a research lab. Like, God forbid, like, what the fuck? Like, if I tell somebody I'm going to a research lab, it's like, oh, I heard that there's something going on that I was interested in looking at. Even if the person's like, well, I never thought that you would like science stuff, it's like, yeah, but this thing in particular, I wanted to go for a friend of mine, or I heard this one thing, I'll explain it to you later. Something, some information that the person could just fuck off and not worry about it. But it didn't work, obviously. But I don't know. I just feel like it's also uncharacteristic. I can't even say that word right. That the people decide to follow them and also catch up extremely easily, and then ask all these questions, and it, like, you know, just for the setup that obviously they want to prove that he's this fraudulent character. I don't know. It's just set up in a poor way. I think they could have set it up a lot better. But yeah, like literally all these characters was asking all these questions. Like, why did you rush away? It's like, bro, you got a job to do, clean the city, and you just left your job. What the fuck? Just because this one dude told you guys that he had somewhere else to be. It makes no sense. But yeah, they kept asking him, and then they saw the footage of that happening, of supposedly cheating, just because the dude gave him basic advice. Oh, cynical, speak to water. Oh, he's a cheater. No way. He got basic information on Pokemon when he had a water type Pokemon out anyway, and caught Pokemon in his own free will, with his own Pokeballs that he's sanctioned to use. Like, it's not like he threw the Pokeball for him, or it was like hacked or modded to always work. I don't know. People can make the argument the other way around that, like, you know, maybe advice giving or whatever shouldn't be allowed, I guess. I don't fucking know. Like, I imagine in a game of checkers, you don't want a guy feeding you information in the radio or something like that. Like that, I feel like that's different. Because, you know, they could go on to the something else just to find the perfect solution, but I don't think that... I think that's apples and oranges compared to catching Pokemon and like other factors happening. Like, even if you tell them what to do, like the other Pokemon could dodge your shit and attack back. And also with the huge catch rate deal as well. Like, there's a lot of more skill factors involved as opposed to chess and checkers, you know? That something could go wrong and they could break out of a Pokeball and other people could do better than you catching Pokemon at the same time. Like, I don't know, there's like a lot of factors. So I don't know, I just find it weird. Either way, he was proven to be a cheater, I guess that way. And then the little girl was all like, wait, is that true? And the Pokeball's empty even though you have a fucking Staryu? And like, she just kept going on, and she had like an extreme moment where she just ups and looks at her uncle and she's like, I hate you! And I'm all like, bruh, are you fucking kidding me? It's a bit of an extreme. He just did a couple lies, that's it. It's like, he's no Hercule, but he's not in the status of a Hercule. How much realistically did this hurt your feelings? Like, I don't know. There's not too much lies going on. And she also said about like the Eevee part. There's so many things that I just feel like he could have just saved himself so easily to not be in this extreme. Like, I don't think Callahan did all that much bad things or whatever. And while this is all happening, I forgot to mention that Sudowoodo kept following Callahan around, but you already knew that because he's like the fraudulent Pokemon, the mimic Pokemon. Because I don't even know why, like the Golduck kept following Sudowoodo for some reason. I'm not too sure why. I also forgot to mention, I'm not sure why Pikachu thunderbolted Ash and the girl when she first met Ash. I didn't understand that part either. Anyway, besides the point, the little girl hates her uncle. Everybody knows that he was a liar and supposedly cheated in this contest. And that's as far as the movie goes. Only 45 minutes in. So, yeah, that's as far as I am right now. There's still like another hour to go, practically 55 minutes. I probably should have watched another 5 minutes, but I wanted to start streaming because I was tempted to like continue watching the movie or whatever, but it's all good. I think it's fine if I do that. We'll watch the movie later tonight. It'll be the rest of Pokemon Day and all that stuff. I almost called this stream Pokemon Day, but I figured that everybody else was gonna call it that, so that's part of the reason why I didn't do it. So yeah, that's my whole thing. But yeah, I'm pretty optimistic with, well, finishing this first off. The Zubat thing I'm kind of now looking forward to, but we do have 3,000 encounters in. I don't know if we should go for 5,000. I still need to not only watch the third stream and then work my way up all the way to 51 other streams, or just 50 or however the math is, I don't know, 50 other streams I guess, but also catch up on playing Xenoverse. Like, I'll play a little bit and see how far and how much I feel playing it. I wish I could stream it and not have a problem with it, but like I said, I don't want spoilers to be shown. Like, I don't want to stream it and then pretend like it's nothing and show it on a Nuzlocke and like people that are watching the Nuzlocke realize I had already done it in a stream before because I wanted to get this thing done. Like, it just feels weird. So I'll approach it a different way. I'll see what I could do. Hopefully I didn't fuck up catching a certain Pokemon in a different game, because that would suck ass. I really hope not, at least. We'll see. We'll see. Okie dokie. Let's go with Hammer Arm. 7745. It's looking like I might not get 8,000 by the end of this. I really don't know. Cause like by the time I hit 15 more or however much I need left to get the round number, cause I don't see the counter at the moment. That like 200 more, I don't think I'm gonna take 2 or 3 hours. I mean, I might. Oh wait, not 15 more. What the fuck? I'm at 7746. I'm not even at halfway. Yeah, I thought, for some reason I thought I was at 7785. Never mind. That's almost 250 more. Holy crap. $77.47. But yeah, I mean, I'm still not used to like the new megas and all that stuff, but that's my thoughts with Wind and Wave. I kind of prefer if they stick it with colors. Like, I know that not all of them were based on colors, but gems and stuff like that, but I don't know. I was okay with X and Y. I was okay with Sun and Moon, to a degree at least. Scarlet and Violet. Wind and Wave, it's pretty close, but I don't know. Sword and Shield I was okay with too. I don't think Wind and Wave are necessarily opposites. They kind of go hand in hand to tandem, so I'm not really too sure. But yeah, there's multiple things that could happen with the evolutions. Worst case scenario. Well, what's the worst case scenario? Yeah, so like the grass bird ends up as like an ostrich, grass flying type, something like that. I don't know. The Pomeranian It's gonna be a super feminine fire fairy type that nobody would like, I don't know. And maybe the water gecko would be much worse than an Inteleon, I guess. I'm not sure. Best case scenario though. Is this 242? 242? 242? Oh my god, I'm typing all this stuff. 242. I don't know why my finger kept reflexing and kept clicking more and more, but this is a female Eevee. Hopefully another egg is available. $242. Okay, we do have another egg though, that's good. Just to make sure, yeah, okay. 242, attack down, defense up, 25 attack, 27 speed. Okay, that's alright. Runaway ability, helping hand, bold nature, impetuous and silly. Impetuous and he's silly. Okay, cool. Or she's silly, sorry. I'm so used to getting male Eevees. It's a female Eevee. So not bad. I don't think I've had that characteristic before. I don't know why I'm struggling saying words all the fucking time. But I don't think I saw that. At least not for a long time. I didn't realize that those extra monikers, or that maybe they're not called monikers, but like, wait, how much do I have on my thing actually? Okay, we could just do 13 body slams, that's fine. But with all that, like, I forgot the fuck I was gonna say, shit. I also remembered what I was gonna say last time that I forgot, if that rings a bell. Yeah, no, the characteristics, I didn't realize that they show what extra stats it gives or takes away or whatever. So that, at least that's one thing about like the ScarKnight Let's Play that it taught me. I mean, I probably would have figured that out if I had looked it up, but I never did. I never really talked about IVs and EVs and stuff because I really don't look into it too far like that. I don't know. I always thought that was like the more boring part, in my opinion. Like, I remember the old Heart Gold and Soul Silver days, like at the very beginning, when they were like, oh, this is the training spot, and they raised IVs for killing like a certain Pokemon over and over again. Like, that's not something I personally like to do. It's just grind a Pokemon up just to level up your Pokemon. And I never truly understood it either way. Because I think what happens was it rounds up through your level to 100. So I don't think they even fully train it. They just train it till they equate it enough to a degree. I don't know. It was something like that. Anyway, we'll get back to the starter talking a little bit. I'll bring up the stuff that I've forgotten from last time. I was thinking to myself, like, you know, there's shiny hunters and all that, and yeah, at some point I will shiny hunt legitimately someday. On what, I don't know. We'll cross that bridge once we get there. 7752. But I was thinking to myself, like, you know, since the Retro Eevee is a bit different enough that honestly, you know, something of an interesting thought that I had is like, I could be a rare hunter or something like that. You know, because it's kind of an unconventional, untraditional shiny Pokemon to a degree, but it's still a shiny thing, pretty much. And it'd be interesting if, you know, me going for this and when I achieve it and all that stuff. But as another example of what I could go for in the future is like, you know, because they have Pokemon Battle Revolution, and a lot of people don't know this, but there's people that within the game that has certain costumes, like for example Groudon, and like, you know, has the regular form is like a red base Pokemon, right? But a shiny Groudon would be yellow. Well, a costume for some reason also have shiny chances, and yeah, like I think I would want to do something like that. I just need to look into how it would work. But to shiny hunt, or a rare hunt rather, like those costumes in Pokemon Battle Revolution would be pretty fucking cool. I would have to do every single one, and that's gonna take a very long time, but I would really like to do it. It would be really, really cool, for sure. You know, another option, like, had Pokemon Archipelago went through, I would have loved to, you know, rare hunt the pink Pokemon, because I mentioned this a while ago. I don't know if it's ever gonna come back, but if it does, or, you know, even if I develop a game eventually, I would want to bring in pink Pokemon, because I think that is a pretty cool idea. Because my original thought was, you know, we have a character that is like, I forgot what the word was, I used to know it, Boptimus, something like that. It's a lady that studies plants, the sciences that studies plants, or something like that, and herbs and all that stuff. But this lady is like obsessed with pink, and her name would be Rosie or Rosa or something like that. Probably Rosie, something fun. But she's like a very bubbly girl that's obsessed with pink, and you know, one day she went to Pinken Island, you know, the orange islands where like there's nothing but pink Pokemon in it. She always wanted a pink Pokemon, but they had to keep eating the pink berries to stay pink. So every time she tried, like when she went over there, when she was obsessed with it, no matter what, her Pokemon weren't pink anymore when she tried to do that. You know, even exporting the berries, you would imagine that they don't grow the same way everywhere else, so it's just impossible. You know, there's a lot of limitations to it. So that's where her obsession starts. It's just like, oh, she really, really wants a pink Pokemon and stuff. Like, normal pink Pokemon's not enough. Like, these Pokemon that she really likes, that she wants to be pink. Like, for example, like a Nidoran female or something, she wants pink, or Nidoking to be pink. Just like the ones that she saw at the island, she's trying to make a formula that replicates that. So, with the Pokemon Archipelago being a totally different island, really, really far away, with her obsession, she, you know, you would probably see on the walls so many blueprints and like red string theory stuff, and so many plants that she's trying to mix together the perfect formula that if you breed Pokemon, you get a chance to breed a pink Pokemon, which be, you know, the equivalent of a shiny Pokemon. And I thought that was really cool. I really liked the idea when I pitched it and stuff. Like, that was an idea in my head that makes sense. Because like I had mentioned before, I'm all like, it'd be cool if there was pink Pokemon to be treated like shiny Pokemon that you could find. Or, you know, maybe if it was possible to get berries, and every time you feed it, every 3 days, they would stay pink, but when those 3 days are up, you would have to feed them the berries again. But it'd be very hard to code, so we were trying to figuring it out. And so, like, you know, he suggested to, you know, what if we breed Pokemon and they be pink, or whatever. But that's where I thought to myself that, like, you know, yeah, we could meet in the middle and everything. Like there's a better idea in there somewhere where, you know, it's a better idea that, like, she's trying to crack the code in this formula. She has a pink incense or whatever it's gonna be called, and there's a chance that a pink Pokemon will come out. And if you do end up getting that, like if it's shiny chances of you pulling that pink Oddish, for example, right here, that would be a very rare chance, and even if you show it to her, she'd be like, oh my god, I gotta figure it out, and she keeps giving you more and more, and she sells it. It's like, well, this shit's not for free, what the hell, or whatever. I mean, she's not gonna cuss, but you know what I mean. She has like a little bit of sass to her, but it would mean something. It would make more sense storyline wise that she's obsessed, and then you show her the pink Pokemon. It's like, whoa, no, it worked, what the heck? And then, like, going from there, she's like, wait, let's try it again on this Pokemon. But it makes it seem, it'll tell you in the game that there's just a chance that it would become pink, but she doesn't fully crack the code or whatever it is. So yeah, I don't know. I think that would be a pretty good idea. But that would be another thing in the future to be like, that would be worth rare hunting, is that. So I don't know. I think it'd be a cool idea to be, you know, for myself to be considered a rare hunter. Me going for vintage mons, and then the other one would be me, you know, hunting for the shiny costumes, and then eventually pink Pokemon. So yeah, you guys hear it first here. It'd be pretty interesting. I'm still pretty impressed. I forget the lady's name. I think it's like Nora or something like that. Like 16 like 3DSs, or maybe they're regular DSs. I don't know. 16 devices though, or 32 or some mad number, all at once to look for shiny Pokemon. Holy crap. I'm like, man, I don't know even how to attempt to do that technology, but that'd be very cool. I think what would be really cool too is if, like, you know, like as I'm playing a game on the side in the corner, I'm like looking for a different shiny Pokemon. Because that'd be another good idea for like a 24-hour stream or subathon or whatever the fuck. Like just put in the corner, like every time we find a shiny Pokemon we could like switch games or something like that. Because I think that would be pretty cool. 7763. I just don't know how feasible it is to do all that stuff. Because I don't even have a 3DS capture card. You know, in hindsight, I really should have got myself a 3DS capture card, because I at the time had the money for it. I ended up getting a DS capture card, which is fine because I could play Game Boy Advance games. But I'm thinking to myself, like, what the fuck? I could have got a 3DS capture card, and then, like, I don't know. There's a lot more options, and I still could have recorded DS games as well. So I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. But again, at least I could record Game Boy Advance games straight from the cartridge. So that's good. So I could show off my Emerald version and stuff. But yeah. I mean, I think I could still show off my Emerald version even through, like, because I got the GameCube, like, you know, I forgot what it's called. I don't know why the name's escaping me right now. But I have that. The Game Boy player. I think that's what it's called. 7764. Yeah, we'll see what we could do though. Okie dokie. We got 7765. But yeah, let me know what you guys think about the whole rare hunting stuff. I don't remember all the costumes. I know Groudon for sure. I want to say Pachirisu. More likely Kyogre's another one. And I don't remember any other ones. I feel like there's like 3 to 5 costumes that has a rare chance to be shiny. And I feel like it's such a random thing for Battle Revolution to have. Nobody knew it was a thing for a long time. Like, it felt like murmurs in the, you know, like playground rumors to a degree. Because people saw a screenshot of a dude finding it and he's like, why the hell is my Groudon suit yellow? What the heck? Is it yellow for anybody else? And then people just thought that was like Photoshop or fake or something. But then when they saw somebody else find it, they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I think there's a shiny chance with these things. What the hell? So yeah, I don't know. It was interesting. I saw a fact that they're from like I forget what was his name. Bluefin? I don't know why I'm blanking on the name. I've seen him all the time. But he, you know, makes videos on obscure facts on Pokemon. And, you know, some of these obscure facts I actually didn't know about, which is pretty cool. But he's the one that showed that, and still surprising. Still very surprising. There's one thing about his channel though that I feel weird about, because he titled his videos a certain way where, like, not really titled the videos. I don't know what to call it. Basically, I watched. Okay, so I watched videos of him, and then, you know, a couple months pass, and then I like watched a different video, and then realized that I watched the video that he already posted. The reason for it is because he just put it as a compilation and not told anybody. And next thing you know, like, you see it on another one and then another one, because he keeps adding to it. Except it's just called obscure facts. It's not saying obscure facts, all of them, or some shit, or compilation or montage. He just titles it differently, slightly. It's saying it's just obscure facts. Oh, 84 obscure facts that you never heard about. And it kind of ruins the point, because I have heard about it from the same person. He just, like, I don't know. I watched like some of the stuff that he showed at least 3 times, because the way he remakes videos is different than how I would remake them. It's really bizarre. I don't know how to describe it better than that. It's very weird. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a bit weird. But yeah, 77, 72. But yeah, I still recommend the channel either way. I want to say it's Blue Boy Fan. Is it Blue Boy Fan? Unless it's like, I don't know. I tried to submit an obscure fact to him, but I don't think he saw it, because he would have put it in there by now. Or just doesn't give a shit, or he doesn't know what I'm saying at all. The video I sent him, because you guys heard me talk about it before, and all that stuff. I put the Vetlock one in there. If you guys don't know, pretty much the Vetlock, like, I'll explain what a Vetlock is, and then I'll explain what the obscure fact is, pretty much. So a Vetlock is every time I battle, the party randomizes into something else. So, like, if my team starts with like an Oddish or something like that, the next battle it could be a Magikarp or something like that, as an example. The obscure fact is that during the Vedlock run, since I still had like Nuzlocke rules applied, I was trying to catch a Suicune. Spoiler alert for what's to come with this, but I don't end up catching it. It struggle killed itself. I got disappointed that I didn't catch it, but that's okay. And then later, towards the after game, I realized that I'm all like, well shit, I killed Suicune, how the fuck am I gonna catch Ho-Oh? So I went ahead and attempted to catch Raikou and Entei. I caught Raikou perfectly fine because I threw a Master Ball at him. Entei though was a different story. And I'm pretty sure I technically... I'm not even gonna say technically, I did. I basically did cheat to catch Entei because I already messed up my encounter and not catch him. I forgot exactly what I did. I think he just ran away and that's it, or some shit like that. I don't remember what happened. But basically, I only did it anyway just to see if I can summon Ho-Oh, because all I really wanted to do was just spawn him. So I caught Entei and end up not using him, and I'm pretty sure I released them or some shit. I don't remember. Something like that. I did something pertaining to Entei. And just to see if it works. Or maybe he was still running. It was something like that. It was something screwy that doesn't make sense pertain to it. Regardless, I wanted to summon Entei, or summon Ho-Oh rather, but since Suicune wasn't in the picture, it was a bit weird. So, 770... oh my god, 77, 78. That's what I wanted to say. It's so many sevens. So many 77s. So it was extra complicated because, like, I realized that Ho-Oh could only be summoned if there's no roamers happening on your Pokédex. Because even if you have all three, 243, even if you have all three legendary beasts randomized, because like even if you put it on your PC and then randomize it till you get a Suicune, put that in the PC, randomize something else eventually till you get Entei and then Raikou, and then like go to Ho-Oh, it won't count because in the data it won't allow you, because it's all like, oh no mate, there's still roamers outside of it. You can't catch Ho-Oh because I know you didn't legitimately catch so-and-so legendary beast. You know, there's still Entei and Raikou still running around. What are you doing? So, if you were to knock them out or catch them, then they would count, I'm pretty sure. But I'm pretty sure, if anything, Raikou and Entei does have to be caught. Suicune doesn't. Because since you find Suicune within like the 10 tower, like, you know, at the first floor, and because you know, you got, since you're playing Crystal version, you get the opportunity to catch him. Even if you defeat him, since he's not a roamer, the data doesn't block it, so you can't catch Ho-Oh. So I ended up randomizing to a Suicune to make it work, and I caught Entei and Raikou. I don't quite remember about Entei. I'm still watching the Vedlock, rewatching it just to see how well it turns out. Eventually I'll get to that part and then I'll let you guys know, but like, that's pretty much the obscure fact I have. It's all like, you don't technically need to catch Suicune and you're able to catch Ho-Oh, and this is a obscure way of doing so, and the way I found it out is through a party randomizer. So theoretically, in a real game, you know, if you were to trade in a Suicune and catch Oli, Raikou, and Entei, then it would work perfectly fine. Not the other way around, like if there's... I don't know, I could test it out by killing Entei and Raikou and seeing if I party randomize to Raikou and Entei. I don't know how well it would work, but that's something that's worth doing as well. Like if I killed all of them, I'm not sure what happens. I think I did try when I killed Entei at one point. Like I'm pretty sure there was at one point I killed Entei, checked it, and then it didn't work. But then when I did catch it, and then got Suicune, it did. I don't know, it was something like that. That was pretty much the difference there. But yeah, that's what I mean to say. I need to lean back on my chair because holy crap, my freaking spine, dude. My freaking spine. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna hold this keyboard like this. I need to put it closer to myself so I can relax. There we go. Let me go up here. Never mind. I really should promote my stream a bit more, but it's gonna be really hard to promote regardless because every PokeTuber is streaming pretty much. So that's gonna be the hard part, no matter what. But yeah, I'm glad I remember about the rare Hander thing. I feel like I did bring it up before, briefly, but I didn't fully fleshed it out, I guess. I don't feel like I said that word right, but it's whatever. Okay. 7782. So I still am not sure how close I could finish this to get 8,000, but once I hit 8,000 that might be the end of the stream, which I think it would be close to 7:30. Like I'm less than 3 hours away. I really don't know. It's gonna come close. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I'll think of something to do in the stream. I really don't want to reset the thing in the next one, in the next stream. That'd be pretty awkward. We'll figure it out though. I think we could do it though. We just have to believe. We just have to believe. Okay, so I was saying before about like the starters, because I mentioned the worst case scenario. The best case scenario is that I don't know what I want for the bird, to be honest. I think honestly it's worth that the bird stays bipedal and be human-esque. But I don't know what bird I would want it to be. Because if he's like the bird version of Incineroar, I think that'd be pretty cool. Like, I don't know what bird it's supposed to be. It could be a kiwi, but I don't think I would want that. It could be a combination of multiple birds. It could be a kiwi, vulture, eagle. When I said like the bird version of Incineroar, I kind of envisioned like an eagle, or like just, you know, beige and green or whatever colors it is. That'd be pretty worth it. It's probably gonna end up having like very long leafy hair, which I wouldn't want because that's Rillaboom pretty much. But that's what I'm leaning towards as best case scenario. What I would prefer in a way. I don't know if prefer is the right word. I don't know. It could be, like I said, many things. A bird could be many things. The type, I'm pretty convinced. I mean, it would be cool if it was grass steel, to be honest. If they do the core, if they do dragon steel fairy core. So if it's grass steel, that would be pretty cool. But I really don't see it. I'm almost positive it's gonna be like grass psychic, but you know, I mentioned about the Incineroar thing, so like if I say that, he's gonna be a buff ass bird. So it doesn't really make sense if you think about it. I'm gonna predict grass dark, since I say Incineroar. I don't really want a grass fighting, so I'll say grass dark. For the fire type, I'm pretty convinced it is going to be a fire fairy type. My best case scenario for the Pomeranian, if it becomes a Fenrir wolf. Like a very vicious fire wolf. But I don't think it's going to be that. It's something pertaining to Indonesian culture that I don't know about. I don't know next to nothing about Indonesian culture. Never been introduced to it. Heard little about it. So excuse my ignorance. I really have no idea. I know it's a good place to go on a vacation. I know that I had teachers recommend to go there. I don't know why they recommend it to like minors in high school, but like if we go like, oh yeah, totally, like if we could fucking afford it, yeah, we'll go to Indonesia. But yeah, that'd be my best case scenario. Something of a mixture in my head, Skeleridge and kind of in a way looking like Zamazenta or Zacian, I guess, more so Zacian, I suppose. At the same time, not really, because he's just holding a sword. Because I don't want to say that necessarily. 7790. But yeah, closer to the first thing, pretty much. I honestly forgot what's the first thing I had mentioned, but oh well. Oh, Skeleridge, yeah, that's right. Even though he's Fire Ghost, which is a very interesting type for sure. So for the water gecko, it's a very interesting Pokemon. I really would like it to be Water Dragon. I don't think I'm gonna get that wish. It could be multiple things, like I said. It could be Water Ice, Water Dark, Water Poison, multitude of things. But yeah, I would like it to be a dragon, though. My prediction in all these three things, because I said worst case scenarios, and then I said best case scenarios. The most realistic one, like I said, 7792. I am pretty convinced that it will be like a bipedal bird for sure. I don't know if it's gonna be like buff or anything. Maybe it will be. It probably will have really long leafy hair. But I think it's just gonna be a boring grass and flying type. The fire dog is gonna be a feminine, overly fluffy fire fairy type, and I don't think people are gonna like it. And I could picture it four-legged, but it probably will be bipedal. And for the water gecko, I imagine it to be water dark. And shit, this is harder to predict because geckos could be anything, but I'm gonna say might be like a mixture of streaks of colors and crap. I don't even know, man. Like seriously, this is a harder one. I just kind of picture like an Aztec warrior if he was like a gecko. And I also, for some reason, keep picturing Rango with the Aztec hat on, and I don't know why. But those are my predictions. I don't like it as much as, like, obviously as my real pick, but what are you gonna do? That's just what it is. That's just how it is. We'll hope for the best though. $77.95. I did think though, yeah, like at first I did think that it was gonna be Legends Johto, but like quite literally when, okay, first off, I forgot to mention this. When they introduced the generations and they did all that, and they opened the door, and they showed those two Pikachus, because one of them's Windy Chew and one of them's Wavy Chew. I looked at them, I was like, nah, close the door. Close the fucking door. We don't need more Pikachus. I don't think they realize there's at least 24 Pikachus already that exist. We don't need another one. Because this looks exactly like, it's just a Pikachu version of Dexio and the other girl. Like, we don't need that. We literally don't. But yeah, one's male and the other one's female. It's like no difference. They're literally the same. They wear Hawaiian shirts and sunglasses and hats, and that's what I see them as. And they show up and they tell me what to do. I don't like them. I don't even remember both their names. It's Dexio and Lana or some shit like that. Yeah, they didn't need to exist, but they did. Like, we already have multiple hat Pikachus. We got all the contest Pikachus. Like, we just had the Ghost Peekaboo Pikachu. Like, that's enough of them for a while. Like, we'll be fine for the next 30 years not getting a new Pikachu variation. We just had Mega Pikachu Z or X and Y or whatever the fuck. I don't know why it says Z. But we don't need them. We literally don't. And they showed up and I'm like, what the hell? But yeah, I was gonna say that like when they showed the Pomeranian from the back and I literally thought it was the Fire Kitty idea that I mentioned. I thought literally it was gonna be the lion. I was like, oh my god, they're doing it! And it was a Pomeranian dog, so it couldn't be more opposite. I mean, it probably can't be more opposite because canine and felines, even though they are opposite, they have like similarities too. They're four-legged mammals, you know, with paws and, you know, mouths and stuff, and like I don't think they're too far apart. But yeah, 7,800. We got 200 more to go. About 2 hours and a half. Could we do that with 200 Odysseus? We have a pretty good chance to, as long as we keep at it. Playing for a good 8 hours. That's pretty decent. Because like per stream, like for a 4 hours stream, I get like 300 or so, right? Pretty sure. Let's see here. I just had like a weird daydream just now. I'm all like, what if a fucking Retromon shows up and it just crashes my game? It like glitches out completely and just throws in fucking random stripes and shit and just fucks up my entire game on stream. And I'm like, well, it exists, but now I can't save my fucking progress. I don't know what the hell's considered. That'd be horrible. Because I hadn't saved in over 600 encounters. Well, actually, that's not true. 400 encounters. We'll see. I'm trying to think to myself too, like, what's something else that I would like to talk about pertain to the trailer? What else showed up on there? Is there anybody that watches the streams that play Pokemon Cafe? And like, if you do, and let me know about it. And I'm not gonna criticize about you or anything like that, because I know that, like I had mentioned earlier, it's like I never heard anybody ever talk about Pokemon Cafe. That doesn't mean I hate it or dislike it. Like, I would play it, but it's not in the top priority of me playing at all. But I am curious to hear what the game has to offer. I really am interested in it, because it does seem like a cute game, and I would play like on the side. I wouldn't play it seriously though. But I am interested to hear what you guys think. And like, you know, I know that there's the starter Pokemon available. I would be interested in knowing about that. I just don't know much else about it. I know that you prepare food and drinks and stuff and maybe organize to a degree. I don't know too much else. Like, you kind of set up a restaurant or a cafe, I guess. Pokemon Masters EX, one of these days I'm 100% gonna play. I really want to. But I also really want to show that on stream as well. And I hope they don't... I doubt they're gonna show any information whatsoever pertaining to it, but I would like to play it. Hopefully it's not too grindy, because there's certain games where it takes too much time, where you can't show everything that you want. Because like, it's like, oh, too bad you ran out, you have to wait 24 hours till this one thing. And then like, I would just, it would just ruin my day, and I don't want that. But yeah, maybe I could do that soon, maybe even next stream, depending of how close stuff is. I don't know. I would be interested. But yeah, that's for the most part. I guess I could have showed Gloom in the thumbnail. I don't know. I really don't know. I am really curious though, like, maybe I should work on the vintage decks in this game, like after the Nuzlocke's over, and this is years from now, by the way, maybe 2 years from now or some shit. I have no idea how soon I am, like when I do come back to finishing the game. But eventually when I do, if I do the vintage decks and all that stuff, I want to see for myself, like, the vintage decks, and then it's saying 8,000 encounters on Oddish. Like, will it? That'd be pretty funny. I wonder what's the max encounters for a Pokemon or whatever. Because there has to be a limit. It can't just keep going past like 999,000 or some shit, right? Or 1 million. That'd be weird. Okie dokie. Yeah, tomorrow, I'm looking forward to tomorrow, going out of the city and stuff. It should be pretty cool. Should be pretty cool. I'll get paid a little bit too, so I'm not like wasting my time with it. And plus, I have fun going over there for like the project and the event. Looking forward to it. Yeah, but Pokemon Masters EX, I don't really know too much of that game either. I think you battle to a degree. I know that you sync Pokemon. I just find it interesting as well that like certain trainers that are involved, you know, for the people and who they're paired with. I'm very interested in that. I'm guessing it's similar to a degree to TCG Pocket, where you could pull certain other characters, 7810, and you know, it's like officialized, not officialized. Like you get a chance to pull Steven Stone, for example, and it's like, oh, he's a super rare character or whatever, or you get a common. I don't know. I'm not sure how it works. That's basically what I'm saying. But it'd be pretty interesting. 7811. But yeah. Let's see. What else was there? Yeah, I still don't know about Pokemon Champions. I don't think Fo told me anything about it. But that's my guess. It looks like it's VGC. I really don't know. Wolfie was very disappointed to see that Incineroar is new in the game, because I think that Incineroar ruins his strategy altogether, because he mentioned something about Superior or something like that. I don't know. Unless I misheard him, I don't know. 7812. Okie dokie. But yeah, that's one thing for sure. Early generations, yeah, the TMs to not be breakable, but that's something I would do. For the original red and green, red version, blue version, yellow version, is to update slightly the color of their graphics, just so there's shiny Pokemon involved and coded in the game, and so you have a chance to find shiny Pokemon. Just the shiny factor. That would be cool, and then you get like certain colors to it and stuff. It would be cool too that, like, you know, again, it's too late for it, but like, I don't know, they could have done that since like 3rd gen. I don't know, at the same time 3rd gen feels like it's a bit too close to make remakes. Wouldn't you think so? Because like they released it in 1996 and that was like 2003. It was like, I don't know, it hasn't been 10 years or anything. Like, had it been a 10-year anniversary, I would understand. Like, I don't even... I'm probably wrong by saying this, but... like, even Super Mario Bros. Didn't, like, remake their game. Because when I was younger, I played Super Mario Bros. Deluxe. And that's how I was familiar with, like, the first Mario game. But... like, the first Mario game was made in the 80s and shit like that, or whatever year it came out. So, like, that game I had was in the Game Boy, and that was like 2000... fuck, I don't even know, like... early 2000s somewhere, I don't know. Also, I played this Mickey Mouse racing game. It's severely underrated. That was a great racing game. I really liked it. Severely underrated. Oh, that's something else I forgot to mention. For the membership, I already decided on one emote for sure that's gonna be on my channel that I want to do. I want to put Robo-Mappy for my emote. Because I could imagine it. I could imagine it perfectly. It'd be a perfect emote. The same exact one on my I can't think or talk or anything. On my thumbnail on that video of Robo-Mappy. Cause yeah, I can imagine something like let's pretend that, like, you know, for example, I mentioned about Inteleon and you know, Foe really likes it or something like that, and I say something that feels like I'm saying an injustice. It's like, no, justice for Inteleon or whatever. Or I say something out of line like, oh, Phantom sucks, even though I don't think so. Like, the chat would just pop up Robo-Mappies. Or Robocop Mappy, whatever you want to call it. Like, just spammed in the chat. Because it's like, woo! It's like pretending to be the police. It's like, oh, this is a crime, or whatever. Caught in 4K. Like, I think that would be a pretty good emote to have. So that's for sure going in. 7818. Like, other characters that are pretty prominent with the channels, like the Grim Reaper, maybe the Green Demon somewhere. I don't know if I could just put the Green Mushroom. I don't know if that's enough. But stuff like that I think would be pretty cool. But yeah, I would like that for sure. Let's see here. 7819. Because other stuff that associates with my channel too, like even from Fortnite, is like Deadpool, Mandalorian, Sith Trooper. Like, those characters represent a lot in the channel. Because, like, you wouldn't think so, but yeah, Deadpool, like, Deadpool's been in 2 videos. Mandalorian technically been in 2 videos. And even Sith Trooper, like, there's 3 different ones. And they all been in their own respective videos. Body Slam. I really hope I'll be able to do the you know, May 4th special or whatever. I mean, I still use Darth Vader, but I don't know. Every 2 years I do Sith Trooper. Because it's 2026, it's another even year, so we gotta show the 4th Sith Trooper. Because all the first Sith Trooper, he was all for Palpatine, all for the dark side, and defeated the light side. The second Sith Trooper kind of betrayed them? Or is that the third? I already got them mixed up. I think... No, the second Sith Trooper was also for the dark side. It was the third one that betrayed him and did like the whole hero ordeal thing. Yeah, because part of it was because he was friends with Chewbacca and shit like that. Some people don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I ran out of moves. 7822. I haven't been too observant with this. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. I did turn in the Eevee, right? Or I did not. Okay. I completely forgot. Let's do that right now, shall we? Okie dokie. So now we're at 243. I didn't mean to exit the fucking page. 243. Attack up, defense down. Oh, these are pretty good. Wow. Look at all the high 20s. Pretty great. Lonely nature, somewhat of a clown. Pretty impressive, Eevee. On Pokemon Day, no less. I don't know why I'm leaving the page. Okay. Alright, let's get ourselves another Eevee egg. So the next one's 244. Alright, let's go fly over back to the Pokemon Center. I'm sure there's other stuff that is kind of significant to the channel. Like my mascot, Typhlosion, Assassin Eevee. You know, there's Magnus. There's multiple things. There's like the Ditto for Vetlock. Or I mean, I don't think people would understand it from the get-go, but like if you really think about it, pertain to the Vetlock and all that stuff. The reason I keep calling my Pokemon Dittos is because they change every time I battle. And I know I mentioned that already, but it's just funny to think about that it's all like, you know, you just imagine all your Pokemon being Dittos that can't control their transformations all the fucking time. That, in a way, it's kind of the lore. Sorry, I'm putting the keyboard back, that's why. Because that's what I like to imagine with that. $78.23. Because I hadn't made a t-shirt design since, like, since Emerald. I really should make one for Donkey Kong and Legend of Zelda and all of them, to be honest with you. But, you know, for a future Crystal Vetlock idea, the idea is like showing the diploma. It's like, oh, you successfully caught all the Pokemon or whatever. And it's like, Ant, you did it. But then, like, instead of Ant, it would have like the same golden box with Scar in it. Like, you know, whenever I censored the name, you know, this would help if you know what the Vetlock is. Because the hack didn't work, so I had to put the name Ant, and so I had to censor it with my own name every single time it popped up on screen. Which I got better over time doing it editing wise, but at first it was a huge struggle. But, you know, put that in there, and like obviously I cheated and stuff, and I would put a Ditto right next to it, like, you know, with the squiggly face, some shit like that. Showing that it can't control itself pretty well. That reminds me, I don't know if you guys ever saw Starter Squad. It's like a YouTube video series with like 3D rendered Pokemon, and it's very well done, I would say. Like, I love these 3D renders of these Pokemon. They're really, really good. They're all pretty accurate and everything. It's like good Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle models, and like I remember other Pokemon looking pretty glorious, like Flareon. Stuff like that. 26. But that series was pretty good. I forgot why I brought it up. Oh yeah, because there was a Ditto at some point in the series. He was pretending to be a Vaporeon or some shit. I forget what it was. I was watching it with somebody. I didn't even realize it was a Ditto. I was like, why the hell does Vaporeon look weird? Because for some reason when I saw the squiggly face, it didn't occur to me that it was a Ditto's face. I just thought that it was like a meme joke, is that he was being nervous for some reason. Like, I don't know, I don't know what the hell I thought. It looked like Vaporeon needed to take a piss for a very long time, that's why, but yeah. It wasn't until he formed into a Ditto, I was like, oh, he was a Ditto the whole time? It's like, yeah, you didn't know? I'm like, no. Felt pretty dumb about it, but it's all good. Okie dokie. Oh my god. There's just too many Odysseys to kill. Oh my god. Way too many Odysseys to kill. I mean, we're still making pretty good time, I would say. Like, we're gonna come close if we don't make it. I just really hope I finish it before 7:30, because that's when my relative gets home. It's really gonna come close. Because I really don't want to push it further past 7:30, because like by the time he does get here and I'm all like, oh shit, I'm still 20 away or whatever, like I would feel weird about it for sure. These phantoms though, like holy crap, I keep running into them more, it feels like. I don't know if that might be true, I haven't been keeping count, and I feel like you guys shouldn't either if you guys are keeping count. It's like, oh, well, you see, you ran into 310 phantoms. It's like, yeah, you didn't need to do that work, mate. Watch that person go like, well, now you fucking tell me I've been in hour 6 in and you didn't say shit. It's like, well, this is counting Odysseys for Eevee. The point of counting the phantoms did. 831. I'm getting tired. And yeah, I would read further and everything. For the movie and stuff, but or like other things, but I still have to watch the other half of the movie, I should say. But when I read the Bulbapedia, it didn't seem to come across to me like if something was like before the movie. Like there was no Pikachu shorts, there was no episodes feature along with this as a special. It was nothing. It was just a movie by itself. Like literally everything else did. It's so much so that even the trivia page has next to nothing. Because I don't think I even remember a trivia page that much. Like there was more trivia in the manga page than this whole page. So I really don't know. But yeah, hopefully it works out. I'm interested in reading the manga though. Because this seems like a bit of a different manga, so to speak. Okie dokie. 7833. How confused would I be if a fucking shiny Eevee pops up? It's like, what? You don't even live here! That'd be very bizarre, for sure. Oof. I didn't check my phone in a while. Holy crap. 7834. I wonder how they make the decisions on what country's next for a certain region. That's the part I never... Like, I never really understood. Because it's so, like, it feels really random. Because they went from Japan to the United States to Paris, or France rather, to the United States again, because Hawaii, to then London, England, or just England, I guess, to Spain, and then to Indonesia. It's like that. It doesn't seem like there's much of a pattern here. I know that the people at Pokemon, when they're doing this, they do this for vacation, and while vacationing they work to a degree. So they kind of use that as an excuse more so. My fucking fingers are hurting. 7835. Oh boy. Oh man. Damn, I've been up for 12 hours, I realized. I forgot that I woke up at 5 AM. I looked at the clock and I'm like, oh yeah, true that. My finger, oh my god, my finger hurts. Okay, I'm gonna play one-handed for a bit. Hopefully I can do it fast enough. Oh crap, I'm gonna pull the two fingers because I want to run. Anyway, I was right about that earlier when I mentioned it. I was saying earlier that I press X for the sprint button, and then like when I was doing it in this game, I was like, wait, but I'm holding X right now and it is sprinting. I was confused for a bit, but it's not true. You press Z to sprint. It's just I was holding both for some reason. Let's see here, 7836. Okay. Oh man, I haven't been tired like this in a while. I need to turn on the lights in this room. It's not quite dark yet, but it's gonna get dark really soon, really quickly. Oh my god, I keep pressing the wrong thing. Critical hit, take that, Odyssey, shit. 7837. Okie dokie. Well, I was gonna reach for it, but I realized that I had to press the thing. By the thing, I mean like press A when I was in front of Phantom when I said that. Don't miss. Don't miss. What are you missing for? What are you missing for, dude? Why are you missing again, dude? He's growthing. He's standing up. He's got to set up to 6. And then what? Punk? I don't know what's the strongest Irish could hit if he were to, you know, get all the way to 6. Would he do like 20 damage? I don't even know. No clue. No clue whatsoever. Alright. And there we go. 7839. Yeah, because with this whole thing, I don't even know what special I would do. Cause even with like, well, I was thinking to myself multiple things. Cause like with all the other specials, I was all like, well, we could align those with like legendary Pokemon episodes that, you know, had happened before, but you just showed them again in those episodes. But I don't think there's any more Lugia episodes, because there was like Silver, the baby Lugia, and I'm pretty sure that's a two-parter. I'm pretty sure that happened after the fact though, no? I don't remember. But it was something like that. Okie dokie. $78.40. Run out. We'll do well. $78.41. I think with enough preparation, I would do fine in a 24-hour stream. I just would rather, I would rather play multiple things, or maybe one big solid thing. I don't know if Shiny Hunt or Finish Hunt is the way to go. I'm not gonna stream anytime soon for 24 hours, just to clarify. And maybe someday, I'd be looking forward to it. Oddish. Oddish. Okay, let's go 78.43. Alright, hopefully everybody's good for right now. I'm still playing with one hand because I'm like trying to... Crap, all this other stuff is buried a little bit. Trying to think of... Oh crap, the eggs hatching. The egg is hatching. This is 244, right? Okay, well, let's go... Hold on, let me play with two hands and everything. I don't think the egg's ready, because I barely checked in earlier or whatnot. But it doesn't hurt to check, because fuck it. Nope, it's not ready. Alrighty, well, alright, let's go turn in. What did it say? Adaptability, ability, attack down, defense up. Pretty decent stats. Bold nature again. Interesting, so one of a clown. Okay. I am looking at it right, yeah? Yeah. Okay, the next one would be 245 then. And hopefully the egg is ready soon. I didn't mean to use cut, sir. What the hell? I guess another Patreon exclusive potential game I would do is like the CGI or the CDI Legend of Zelda games. like the very shitty ones. I thought they were way longer than I thought for the games, cause like I just saw Lucajin play it the other day, and it's her first time. Even though she had like a little bit of help and stuff, it's like she only had 5 parts, and it was like 30 minutes a pop. Like the last episode was 20 minutes. Like, so that only goes over 2 hours and 20 minutes. Like she didn't do any skips, hardly. I don't think, at least. So it was rather interesting with that. But like, I think it's because of the, like, again, the Game Grumps, when they're playing that game with like the faces of evils and the wand of Gamelon or whatever the hell it's called. That, I don't know, they were stuck there for a long time, probably because they didn't have any help whatsoever. But like, holy crap, they played for so much longer. It felt like 30-40 parts. It felt like a very long series. I was under the impression it was a long game. So maybe they were, I don't think the right word is them being stubborn about it or whatever, but I don't know. But yeah, it'd be interesting eventually to do something like that for a Patreon series, is that game. So yeah, we'll see what we can do. So I'm not sure what I could do about the subscription stuff, but we'll see. So we need 45. Okay, hear the bird singing like a car alarm back there. Maybe the one at Gamelon is like a longer game. I don't remember. There was I just remember certain parts being more confusing than others, and like Lucajin's playing with her husband Proton John, and from what Proton John was saying with the one of Gamelon is that he only played it once, and he hadn't done that in a long time, so he doesn't remember this game too well. So a little bit of help, but not too much help. But I don't know. I mean, Proton John knows a lot about games in general, and I think he's a pretty good guide. You know, when it comes to leading somebody into a game and, you know, offering them help if they need it and stuff. I don't know. So yeah, pretty good guide to be that. What-ish. So we need 47. I keep hearing something in the background. I like what I hear, even wearing headphones, I swear I hear like a tire rotating, but it's like very squeaky every time it completes the circle. That's what it sounded like. 7849. I'm trying to think of other ideas. Cause like, yeah, I wanted to do Donkey Kong Country. I know that much. I wanted to do Pokemon Brown as a Nuzlocke. And yeah, I'll do Country 2 and 3 eventually. 70, 150. And yeah, like Faces of Evils and one of Ngl I'm would be an interesting choice as well. And then from the member side on YouTube, if I ever eventually reach there, retro achievements would be the way to go for that, because I would like to do that for sure. That would be pretty fun. So 851, because we got less than 150 left. For some reason I thought I ran out of earthquakes already. That's weird. I should be pretty close though. Eventually I realize, well, not realize, I feel like I will run out of retro achievement games for the member side. Like, eventually I'll catch up, I imagine. It just depends on a number of things. I'm not gonna play all the games that didn't have achievements whatsoever, and there's gonna be, I imagine, a few that doesn't have them. So I have no idea. I have no idea. There was games in the past that I wanted to do for Twitch and streaming and all that. People, well, not everybody knows this, and I did bring it up in the past in streams, in the series at least. That, like, yeah, I don't have my Twitch because I'm pretty sure it's like the whole yahoo.com thing with like the whole blacklist stuff. Because I can't log into my Yahoo account, so I don't have access to my Twitch account anymore. And last time I tried to get my account back, they're like, oh, you will, like, well, I forgot what happened exactly, but I tried to get my account back and they just took me to a bot. Because I told them, like, oh, can I get my Twitch account back? This is me. Like, I had my yahoo.com. This is what it is. And I could even prove that it is me. And, like, etc., etc. I keep adding information. But the bot just was like, oh, there's no proof whatsoever. I'm like, bro, I literally gave you proof. What do you mean? Missed. 7857. See, if we manage to get 7900 around 6 o'clock, I know for a fact we can make it. Because 100 is no problem for like an hour and a half. I imagine, at least. Right? Because if it takes me 60 an hour, about. 7858. Bro, Skyland's gonna be so expensive. And like, Blue Jam as well. They're gonna be so fucking expensive, dude. I've been non-stop walking this whole time. Oh lord. They're just gonna have to be stuck in the fucking daycare for the rest of their life. That's not how I thought Scaling was gonna go. Prisoner of parenthood. My god. $78.59. Okay. Oh, I'm starting to get hungry too. Shit. That's not good. That's not good at all. I was gonna say that in a southern accent and it skewed heavily somewhere else. Alright, let's see my phone. Oh, I hate when Snapchat just gives you random notifications. Well, I see one of my accounts fucking charging me before they're supposed to. That's always nice to fucking see. Also annoying. Alright, well, we'll see what we can do then. Is this the last Mega Horn? 7862. I think we could. Well, it's gonna come close, but I think we could do 40 of them in 19 minutes. It sounds unreasonable, but it's doable. Nah, well then again, no, I'm not. I don't think I am being realistic. Like, if it's the 60 an hour, why would it be 20 under 20 minutes or 40? I mean. Especially with these fucking encounters, me running into nothing in the grass, that helps a lot. So did I actually run out of Mega Horns? I did, okay. 7863. For my prediction though, for winds and waves, I probably imagine that the legendary Pokemon are gonna be a, kind of like a opposite to like, I don't know, maybe they'll be like a different variant of like Ho-Oh and Lugia or something. I almost said legendary birds, but then I almost said legendary bird and then legendary dragon, and then I just ultimately saying like just like whatever region is called Indonesa or whatever, if they're gonna call it Indonesia. I don't know what it's gonna be called. Indonesian Ho-Oh and Indonesian Lugia, some shit like that. Because it would be the first time that there'll be a different form of them in the cover of the games. And then people will get really excited once, you know, the actual games happen. Like for the Legends game, Legends Johto. Because that's supposed to be, I imagine, the next one in line, right? 7866. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why I picture like a white Lugia. Well, I mean, Lugia's already white. I was gonna say white Hoa at first, but then I said Lugia, like, left my lips when I said that. 7867. But like, I imagine like a white Ho. I don't know what Lugia would look like. Some other color variation, maybe blue. I still think he should have been Water Dragon. I don't know what the hell they're doing. But on the trailer, it did look suspicious in like the clouds. There was like a dragon cloud. I think it was on purpose, and it looked different than the other ones. I imagine that the game's is going to show like a really heavy storm of some kind. But we'll see. There's quite a loads of things that could happen. 7868. Just hopefully the game avoids heavy spoilers for sure. Or not heavy spoilers, that's not what I meant to say, shit. Heavy tutorials, what I meant to say. I said heavy spoilers. That too, but still. Like hand-holding tutorials. 7869. Well, the bad news is it took me almost 10 minutes just to get 10. Well, less than that. I'm saying it too soon. It's only past 6 minutes, but it's not looking good, is what I'm saying. Keep running into these fucking phantoms. Oof. 7870 with 30 left, 13 minutes left. That's what I mean. 12 minutes left now. On this hypothetical time, it's not actually gonna happen, but still. 7871. I'm tired. Okay, 7872. So here's some more psychic vision, you know, predictions here. What do you think would be the eventual regional forms of these starter Pokemon? See, that's the harder question people don't talk about. Especially since we didn't even see any other evolution. I wonder too if like they're gonna show like the final evolutions like at the very last ass crack of the week, because that's like, I feel like the last two generations showed them super last second. Well, actually no, 8th gen I think it was leaked and we knew what they looked like for a long time, for like 4 months at least. I don't know, I don't recall, but the 9th generation Pokemon, like, we didn't see them till like damn near the day before or some shit like that, the week of. It was crazy. But what is the prediction for future forms? Had any other starter had a regional form? There's Hisuian, some of the Hisuian Pokemon. There we go, 78, 74. Because so far, we got Hisuian Cyndaquil. Trying to think. Hisuian Oshawott, and then Hisuian Rowlet, isn't it? Damn, I'm getting tired. All my movements are slow. 25 and 9 minutes. It'd be great if they had horde battles in this game. Then I could just kill 5 at a time. Unless that will take me longer, but like if I had like a Pokemon with Surf, it's over for these fuckers. It doesn't matter what level it is. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, holy crap. 78, 76. Okie dokie. But yeah. Prediction for future forms. Because I'm predicting Grass Psychic type for this guy, or Grass Stark, or whatever I say. Grass Flying would be the normal. A good alternate form for this. He would probably be Ice Flying. Now that I say that, I feel like the Fire type will be Ice. But let's change it up. The Fire Fairy type, more likely what it's gonna be. We could change it to Ground Fairy. I don't know. I feel like that there's some types that they would still keep, but not all of them. And then for the Water Gecko, I'm predicting Water Dark for him, but for his other form, I think it's gonna be Grass Poison. I don't know why I just, like, you know, I just said it, they were more likely to keep one, and I removed both just now, so I don't know. So maybe Grass Dark? That'd be too cool though, I don't know, Water Dark and Grass Dark doesn't sound too separate to me. I don't know why I think that. Oh boy. Oh, I thought I read from my Oddish a second ago. Oh man. $78, $79. Lucky day. $78.80. We got 120 left. And then no more Oddishes until we are ready to catch a Retro Oddish. And that would be Beans. I don't know why I said Beans. Boy. But it's gotta be Beans. All the beans, all the time. Oof. I still get confused in Fire Red and Leaf Green whether you could find Nidorans in the like Route 2 or whatever the fuck it's called. I get them mixed up all the time. I like them and Mankey. I don't know what it is. 7881. Because there was something, I forget which one it was, but I try to play it normally and it just doesn't work. I'm exhausted. Feel like sleeping. Let's go. 7083. I got in delirious, as you could probably tell. Got 10 delirious. I'm in the gym. And I'm not working out. Except I am working out because I keep running back and forth. 73 or 73, 78, 84. It's a rather strange behavior. Rather strange. Rather strange indeed. It's gonna come close. It is gonna come close. We got 15 more. And I thought I was closer for some reason. I don't know why I thought that in my brain. Let me stand up. I just sat down to get relaxed. Oh my god, everything like felt like it tipped over a second ago. 7886. Why did I choose today to be aggressive? Besides it being Pokemon Day, like, why did I choose today? Like, oh, perfect for 8 hours. That's weird. ScarKnight, you weird sometimes, dude. Like, what the hell, man? Is this the last body slam? It is. Okay. Alright, dude. Last body slam, 7887. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's try flying just to see if the egg's available. Hopefully it is. Oh, it is. Give me an egg. Oh, you could tell I'm dying over here. Holy crap. Eggs. All the eggs. Fly back like an eagle. Don't be afraid. Stay away from the take care lady again. It's like again. It's like, yeah, no, every Tuesday actually. He doesn't want to see you, don't ask me why. Alright, let's go over here. Boy. We got 2 minutes left to get 15. We could do it with the power of us. You know, maybe, well, never mind. I was gonna... It doesn't make sense regardless. I was gonna say, like, you know, part of me thought that because, like, Lugia associates with water and wind and stuff like that. Storms, practically. So I guess Storm Silver is extremely accurate Emerald, after all. I don't know why I said Emerald. That was weird. Okay, so here is the real question. With it almost being time's up, could we get 110 in an hour and a half? How feasible is that? About an hour, 110. If I could find it, because it's almost exactly 6 o'clock. So in the past 19 minutes, because it's 6 o'clock now, I don't know how many I found, but it's gotta be 110 officially in a second. 110. I think I was at like 45, so I really just found like 55 of them or so. No, that's not right. What? That's not the amount I found. There's no way. 7891. Let's see here. 7892. Whoa. I'm so exhausted. Sorry for the commentary, or the lack thereof. Yeah, and I talked about Fire Red and Leaf Green in the last one, and I'm like, I don't, like, there's part of me that's tempted to let's play proper. I just, it's a bit too late to do that though. It's way too late to do that. And like, Hard Gold Soul Silver is not exactly too late, but I mean, eventually when I do, it's gonna be a whole different thing. 7893.